I'm going to call this meeting to order. This is the workshop meeting, December 9th, for the Commonwealth Transportation Board. And the first item for us this morning is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll join me. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before I call Mr. Cole up, let me say a couple other things. When we started this administration, it was on the heels of a major storm event, and then we had one right on top of that, and that's how we started. It seems like we're sort of trying to end that way. But to my point of that, the governor, whose birthday is today, by the way, happy birthday, Governor. The governor was very focused on ensuring that we did everything that we could do to be prepared and ready. Commissioner had the same focus, I had the same focus, public safety had the same focus. And so when we got smacked, I think we handled it pretty darn well, or Steve and his commissioner and his people handled it pretty darn well. But I can tell you there was a lot of involvement and attention, Steve. So there was plenty of support there. And we've continued, in my view, along that same trajectory at VTOT in terms of handling these events. And so today, while we had some bad storms overnight and lots of parts of the Commonwealth were impacted, the airport shut down, roads shut down a little bit. Our system, the part that's maintained by VDOT, is in pretty good shape. Certainly the interstates and the primaries are in really good shape. Secondaries, it takes more time, and that's just the way it is. But and this is in no way to be critical, but you come off the interstate, you come into the city, you can see the line of demarcation. You can see it all around the metro area, the VDOT demarcation versus the local responsibility. And that's lots of reasons for all that, but at the end of the day, Commissioner, you've done a great job making sure that those roads are available and safe for us to get here. So I want to thank you and your folks. Lots of people do a lot of work. There's a tremendous amount of planning, folks. And we're on weather calls, and there's 40 and 50 people on it. A lot of people involved in this. I just want to thank you and all of them for that. So speaking of VDOT, Mr. Cole. The first item on our agenda this morning is the delegation of authority to correct the Virginia Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices versions 11.0. Welcome, sir. I hope you're well today.
Thank you.
Commonwealth is officially open. It's 11:02.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, members of the board, glad to be with you today and get to talk some more about one of my favorite topics, which is our Manual for Uniform Traffic Control Devices. As you may recall, back in September, the board adopted the Virginia MUTCD version 11. It's based on the national MUTCD, but our Virginia document incorporates things like the Code of Virginia. It picks options from the national MUTCD, and it includes some Virginia-specific signs. Federal Highway has already identified a number of minor errors in the national MUTCD. They've posted those known errors on the Federal Highway website, and we anticipate that they'll be taking action to correct the errors in the national MUTCD. And since our Virginia document is based on the national document, we will need to amend and correct the Virginia MUTCD once we are cleared to do so. Some of the types of minor errors that we are already aware about that we'll need to update in our Virginia document are shown here. You can see in the top left there's a reference error in the federal MUTCD. The turn lane marking on the lower left says through lane instead of turn lane. And on the right, this exit sign has two exit A's when one will be exit A and one will be exit B. So these are pretty minor errors, but there are a number in the federal document that we'll need to update our document over time as well. In addition, because our Virginia document does have some differences, there may be errors that we find in the Virginia document that we'll want to update. You might be wondering why these errors were not already incorporated into the Virginia document. And basically, we were advised by Federal Highway to wait until all the states get past the point in January where the manual is fully adopted before we start making changes to address the errors. So at the January meeting, plan to come back to you to ask for your authorization of the commissioner to submit regulatory actions to amend the code to correct minor errors in the MUTCD. So what this will do is it will allow us, for things that are very minor in nature, to save a couple months' worth of time to bring those to the board before starting the regulatory process to do the updates. Anything that is a significant revision to the MUTCD, we will continue to be bringing those back to the board for your approval and action. And by significant, a couple of examples is if there were a law change or a policy change that resulted in needed changes to the MUTCD, we would still bring those back for your input and action. We're just trying to keep things moving and look out for your time as well and be able to go ahead and address these minor issues with haste. So with that, that's what I have for you this morning. Are there any questions?
Are there any questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Minshew.
Just one, Mr. Secretary. Will this implementation require us to actually change a lot of our hardware and software on interstate signages? I mean, if we take down one piece of green metal and put up a new piece of green metal, and if so, any idea on the cost component of bringing all these signage elements up to meet the current regulatory requirements?
This doesn't go backwards, Mr. Cole. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, Mr. Secretary.
Okay. That was my question, whether there's grandfathering or whatever.
Mr. Secretary and Member Minshew, the new manual is effective in January of 2026.
So let me jump in here, Mark. So this isn't about going back and fixing signs. This is about, we're going to put a new sign up, or we're going to do something. What guides us in that process?
Got it.
Previous to this, even minor technical changes where there's been a mistake, which you saw in the previous slide. It said through instead of turn, which was a federal government mistake that we adopted in and doubled down on the mistake. Prior to this action, if we take it, you would have to bring that back to this board to make that change. We thought that was a waste of our time. And the check is, regardless of that, it still has to go through executive review, which means the chairman of this body, which is the secretary, has to sign off on it. So I get all these regulatory changes that are in my area, and ultimately, I have to opine on them before I send them to the governor. And so you'll have the head of your body that'll be looking at this as well. And again, it's limited to errata, which are just minor technical changes. And so we just didn't think it was a good use of their time or your time to do this. And there's a safety net, if you will, of the chairman of the board sees all this anyway.
Glad to hear there's respect for what could be called non-conforming uses, that we don't have to bring everything up to snuff and change all these signs across the Commonwealth.
No, it has nothing to do with going backwards. It has everything to do with going forwards.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Sellers.
Do we have a program like a AI or one of those that help identify these errors? Or is it a manual process?
Mr. Secretary, Ms. Sellers, it's been a manual process for us, but most of the errors that I've talked about today have already been identified by Federal Highway because there are errors in the national manual that then we have to update our manual to address.
We don't necessarily take the national manual when it's given to us and QC it. But AI certainly will help in these things, of course. Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The next item on the agenda is item number 2. It's the Powhite Parkway project. I've always asked Scott, whenever I sit down with people from here, I said, is it Powhite or Powhite? Which one is it? And I think I've settled on Powhite, I think, because of the Powhatans. But if anybody wants to help me with that, I'd be happy to be helped. Mr. Smizik, you're going to talk about the environmental impact statement and preferred alternative briefing. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. We are here today to provide an update on the Powhite Parkway Environmental Impact Statement, or EIS. The Powhite Parkway project is a Chesterfield County project for which VDOT is administering the EIS to comply with the National Environmental Policy Act. Today's presentation is the fourth in a series of presentations made to this board to prepare you to make a location decision per the state code referenced on the slide. Your location decision will represent the preferred alternative, which will be documented in the EIS. The intent of today's presentation is to provide information to inform a recommendation on that preferred alternative. We will return then at a later date to seek formal action in identifying that location. Before we get to that, to provide a little background to refresh us all on the study. This figure illustrates the study area for the EIS and includes the general location of the termini for the alternatives under consideration. We are aware of and informed by a number of other transportation projects happening within the study area, including the widening and extension of the Powhite Parkway from Charter Colony Parkway to Woolridge Road, which is a separate project. We're also informed by and aware of a number of economic development activities in the area, including the Upper Magnolia Green development, which is generally located on this figure as well. The information presented today and the information informing the EIS has been informed by a number of public involvement activities. In December of 2023, the county and VDOT announced the beginning of the study and hosted a virtual information session on the website where members of the public could go to the website at their convenience, review materials, and make comments to inform the study scope. Then in October of 2024, VDOT and the county announced a public information meeting to review the alternative concepts that we'll discuss more today. That was accompanied also by an online opportunity and a 30-day public comment period. In July of this year, Federal Highway Administration issued the Notice of Intent, or NOI, to prepare the EIS. That's a formal step to initiate the EIS process and comes with a 30-day public comment period online to inform the scope of the EIS. And then in late November, per state code and to inform this board, VDOT and the county announced a location public hearing, which will occur tonight, to seek more information to inform this board's decision. That comes with a public comment period that's been ongoing since the last week in November and will run through next week. To date, we have about 120 comments. The last time we checked, a large majority of those comments to date come from people identifying themselves as living in the community alongside Alternative 1A or concerned about the communities alongside Alternative 1A. Upwards of 30% of those comments come from a single IP address. So we're still getting into it, and we will report back to this board with a full summary of comments before we ask you to make a decision on the project.
Can you restate that IP address comment, please?
Yes, sir. We have about 120 total comments, 30% of which come from a single IP address.
Well, that's how it works, folks. Okay, thank you.
In addition to public involvement, we've also had a lot of agency involvement. Beginning in October of 2023, we've met monthly with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the U.S. EPA, Virginia Department of Environmental Quality, and other federal and state agencies with a regulatory purview or interest in the EIS or the future project. These meetings provide an opportunity to exchange data, review draft documents, and focused us in on the level of NEPA document, the EIS that we're advancing, the range of alternatives that we'll discuss today, and the influence those surrounding transportation and economic development projects should or should not have on the EIS. We've talked in the past to this board about the purpose and need, which is one of the key milestones in the EIS process. The purpose and need documents the goals for the study and serves as the primary criteria in the alternative screening process. I won't read this whole slide to you, but focus you on the two bulleted items in the lower half of the slide. Relieving congestion and improving regional connectivity are the criteria which any alternative that is to advance through the study must meet. Getting into the alternatives, Alternative 1A results in a new 4-lane roadway being constructed from Hull Street Road to Woolridge Road. This assumes the reconstruction of a planned access road that would run from Hull Street Road approximately halfway up the corridor to the economic development site we pointed to earlier. You can see the white line that runs through the red line. That is the portion we would assume would be reconstructed. The need to reconstruct, the desire for both of these roads to be in the same location is because Chesterfield County many years ago purchased a great deal of right-of-way through this corridor and dedicated it for future transportation use. So we have multiple transportation projects taking advantage of that previously purchased right-of-way. Also note that on November 19th, the Chesterfield County Board of Supervisors endorsed this alternative as their preferred alternative. We would refer to that as the locally preferred alternative in our process. Alternative 1B is rather similar to 1A, results in the same type of roadway with the same assumptions. You'll note that Alternative 1B, which is the green line, is shifted slightly west in the northern half. This is done to inform the EIS and to provide us with a comparison of alternatives. There's a number of unique resources in the area, a wetland mitigation bank, some public parks, and some historic properties. So having these two alternatives just slightly different gives us an opportunity to compare the impacts, which we'll discuss in a few more slides. Then Alternative 4 assumes adding an additional travel lane in each direction along Route 288 and Hull Street Road between the project termini. There has been and continues to be some discussion as to if this alternative meets the purpose and need. It is important in the EIS process to have an improved existing alternative. So this alternative represents an improved existing option. And then finally, the no-build alternative is a standard in any EIS and serves as a baseline and comparison for impacts of other alternatives. So based on all of that information and action taken by the county board, we present Alternative 1A as the recommended preferred alternative. It comes with a couple of commitments. I mentioned before the wetland mitigation bank, which we set up Alternative 1B to attempt to avoid that. Through our analysis, we've learned that when the bank was created, they set aside a transportation easement through the mitigation bank to allow for future transportation improvements through the corridor. So this alternative assumes a commitment to stay within that easement to avoid impacts to the mitigation bank. It also assumes design to ensure that we do not adversely impact the historic Otterdale School, which is located alongside this corridor. This slide is a small summary of all the data developed for the EIS, provides you with some of the key decision points that informed this recommendation. Alternative 1A is the shortest alignment and also has the smallest footprint, resulting in the least impact to private property. It has comparable impacts to wetlands and streams as the other alternatives and at a lower cost. We consider both the cost estimate and the impacts to be preliminary estimates that would all continue to be refined as the project development process advances. Moving forward, we have our location public hearing tonight at Cosby High School in Chesterfield County, and we plan to return as early as January to seek your action on a preferred alternative and provide you with a full summary of public comments. We would then move to complete the EIS documentation and expect the draft EIS to be issued for public review with a public hearing later 2026 and a federal highway NEPA decision in mid-2027. The notes on the bottom of this slide summarize that Federal Highway cannot make a NEPA decision until the region's transportation planning documents properly include the preferred alternative in them, and that the schedule we continue to show is based on Federal Highway Notice of Intent, and we'll refine that schedule as we advance. This concludes my presentation. Thank you all for your time. Welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Smizik. Questions? Yes, sir. Mr. Tant.
Is this project funded?
Sir, by the county.
Yes, Ms. Dunlop.
Yes, I'm just curious if you could share with us what the majority of the comments were reflecting from the single IP address.
That's out here for a second. The comments tend to say that alternative 1A does not meet the purpose and need, but we don't really get any input from the comments as to why not. They really just express a concern over the proximity to community resources, schools, and the like.
Anybody else? Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. The next item on our agenda is agenda item number 3. It's Interstate 81 Annual Report, Mr. Ben Manel and Ms. Laura Farmer.
Morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. As the Secretary mentioned, this is an update on the annual report. I will be covering some information on performance of the 81 corridor, and Ms. Farmer will be filling in to brief you on the status of expenditures, sources and uses of the funds that go towards the 81 program. This report is required by legislation, and it has to include a number of performance indicators, namely the number of incidents, the duration of those incidents, as well as the number and average duration of incidents involving lane closures, as well as person hours of delay, as well as an assessment of the effectiveness of operational strategies and capital projects that have been implemented through this program, and the status of those capital projects and the current projected balances of the fund. So when you look at 81, and these are some of the very high-level highlights and takeaways in the annual report, it's experiencing a decrease in 2 of the performance measure areas, particularly in the southbound direction. When we compared 22 to 2023, we saw some significant decreases. When you looked at the 2024 numbers, we see a continuing decrease, but it's very much leveled off in the reduction in crashes as well as person hours of delay. When you look at the performance measure data for the different types of lane impacting incidents, we've seen a slight increase between 2023 and 2024, but those hours of lane closures have held steady at a 0% increase, and they've flattened out. The increase in lane impacting incidents is not surprising. We have seen a serious uptick in the amount of construction that is underway on the corridor, and those lane impacting incidents tend to be involved with the work zones. So in future years, and we've said this before in our annual report updates, it's going to be challenging to evaluate the impact of these completed projects on the performance measures. Really, the height of construction for major widenings along the corridor is going to start in 2026. We're going to see that with the Harrisonburg widening. And again, we've said it before, but the performance is going to get worse before it gets better. There will be impacts based on those work zones, and we tend to see an uptick in crashes when those are active. There's also been a lack of sufficient time for projects to be implemented to develop a performance trend. We've seen that with a number of the implemented projects that we have underway on the corridor. Most of those have not been completed except in the 2022 to 2023 timeframe. We typically look for about a 5-year trend to see what the impacts are of those projects. In looking at the program of projects that are out there, we had 65 capital projects that were funded. 38 of those are completed. Most of those are acceleration, deceleration lanes, an auxiliary lane or two, some truck climbing lanes. And we've also had 74 of the operational improvements implemented and completed along the program. I think we can say that the operational improvements have shown us some benefits, because you've seen the uptick in the incidents along the corridor, but we've seen no significant increase in delay. And a lot of that is due to the Safety Service Patrol cameras and providing awareness, situational awareness of those incidents, as well as the towing and recovery incentive program, which we've seen some big benefits in reducing the amount of those lane closure incidents along the corridor. With that said, the remaining capital improvement projects are anticipated to be completed by 2035. For that, I'm going to turn it over to Laura.
Farmer, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This slide provides the revenue and expenditures to date. So the Interstate 81 program through fiscal year 2025 has had active revenues dedicated and allocations dedicated to it since 2020. So we're looking at 6 fiscal years worth of activity. Healthy collections in the fuel taxes, just shy of $470 million. We have a dedicated IOAP allocation of $436 million to date. The general fund through the General Assembly has made significant one-time investments to advance projects on the corridor of $245 million to date. And then other sources in the early years of the interstate program, there were other dedicated revenue streams prior to 2021, which makes up $71.5 million. And then interest income life to date is just shy of $49 million. That, in addition to the financing that we've secured through municipal bonds and TIFIA loans, we stand at $1.466 billion available to date for I-81. The right chart summarizes the expenditures to date for projects with just over $400 million of PAYGO dollars, cash available. The bonds and TIFIA financing just shy of $117 million. We've paid $18 million worth of debt service costs to date and $1.4 million of financing costs, $541 million life to date. And then the bottom of the table summarizes the balances available to draw upon to deliver projects based on collections to date.
Can you go back a second, Ms. Farmer? This is a new slide?
No, sir. It is new from, it was replaced this morning. The version circulated had 2023 information in it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. New for me is this morning.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Right. Okay. I haven't seen this slide yet. Okay, keep going.
Sure. This slide just provides those same sources and the projection that we have available from the 6-year financial plan that you adopted in June, and what will be available from the fuels tax, as well as the interstate allocation from construction to deliver the I-81 program and the projects that are advancing. This slide provides that planned use. The top row is the planned debt service as we continue to exercise the $1 billion authorized for the corridor. Our estimated debt service maxes out in the mid-2030s at approximately $55 million. And then the remaining funds available through the fuel taxes and the IOEP program are provided on the slide and give a projection as to what is available to deliver projects within the 6-year window. So in terms of next steps, the CTB will be provided the annual report for adoption at their January meeting, and Ben and I are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Before I take questions, there's What's not included in here because it's outside the program is a couple $100 million, a little bit in excess of that the governor has asked to put on the S-curve projects there. We've talked to y'all a little bit about that, I think, but we have. But so that's not part of the traditional program per se. It's outside the program, but it's doing things that are inside the program. And that money is not included in the financials, is it, Mr. Farmer?
That is correct. The annual report reflects financial activity through the end of June 30th.
Well, that's out there. So there's been an uplift of like $550 million to the original program in general fund and other monies. And then the base grew as well over time. So that's what these numbers reflect. Okay. Mr. Lawson.
Thank you. And I think Ms. Farmer just answered this. The code has us as a requirement to adopt a program and submit a report by December 15, but we're going to just be able to do that by January and satisfy the code.
That is a requirement, Mr. Lawson, but we're
It's
not
okay.
able to. But
I
we've
mean, it's fine with
submitted it
me
late
if
in the
it's okay with the
previously.
legislature. All right,
We can do it today, but
all right.
it was a little bit of form over substance. We don't always make the dates, although we should.
And-
But we want to give time for the people to consider it.
Thank you. And as the body may know, we've got some recommendations to move things around slightly just within the Stanton district, and so that would accommodate that.
So what Mr. Lawson's speaking to, we had was it last week, Mr. Lawson, or was it a week and so ago? We had our advisory committee meeting, which is comprised of the 3 district members and some selections from the General Assembly. That chaired by Senator Obenshain, previously chaired by Delegate Austin. So we presented this to them. That's part of this process, right? And then they give us their feedback. In that meeting, Mr. Good distributed some material to consider. We had a discussion about it. This was what Mr. Lawson is referencing. And ultimately, the committee decided to endorse what the staff had recommended. But I agreed to go back and work with make sure the staff looked at these 2 projects, the movement of, in essence, 4 projects, 2 going up, 2 coming down, and to see if the data compelled us to go anywhere. And when we did, data compels us, in fact, we think, or it doesn't compel us to change, we think it compels us to stay the same. So the committee endorsed that, and we agreed to tell the committee what we found, which we will do. The second part to this, which is important, and it sort of cuts both ways, is the current program goes through 2035. That's 10 years from now. This program doesn't start until then. Now, we're going to be getting ready, so it's important that we sort of know at some point what we think we're doing, because we don't want to wait until 2035 and then start planning. We will have lost a lot of our opportunity. But 10 years out, stuff's going to change, folks. And you'll remember when we looked at this in the beginning, we agreed, and Mr. Lawson and others encouraged us to do that. And I think it was the right thing to do. For exactly the same reason, we looked at this data, again, on the 4 projects that had been sort of suggested were next in line. So when we did the original analysis, as we ran out of money, we weren't able to put in 4 projects that we sort of teed up at that time. I said we because it wasn't us, but we teed up at that time as the next 4 in line. Well, things change, right? And so when we did the last run, 9 months or so ago, whatever it was, we didn't pretend like they were still at the top of the list. We put them back in with all the other ones and reran the numbers. And guess what? It didn't turn out the same way. Things had changed. So what I'm here to tell you is the enemy of the, perfect could be the enemy of the good here. We're not going to know perfectly, and this stuff isn't going to start in any meaningful way for 10 years. And so, and as I said, that cuts both ways. You can say make all the changes you want because they're all going to change back if somebody else runs these numbers. But this is what makes sense to us today. And we'll have some time to talk about that over the next month, and then we'll come back in January to make our vote and submit it. Commissioner?
Mr. Secretary, I'd say that we have two separate presentations today for the workshop agenda, one dealing with the annual report, as Ms. Farmer and Mr. Manel has presented. The second one is by Mr. Williams on the update to the 81 CIP, which I think you were addressing and gave a nice
That's coming,
forward.
but that's what Mr. Lawson's addressing.
I understand, just wanted to give the two separate presentations. What we've heard from Ben and Laura is strictly on how did the corridor perform, both from a fiscal standpoint and a performance standpoint. That report, as Mr. Lawson pointed out, is due to the General Assembly, the December 15th. We'll
We'll make that date if we
be a little
vote.
bit late. But having said that, Mr. Williams is prepared to go through the update to the CIP in the next presentation, item 4 on today's
Right.
agenda.
Does everybody sort of understand where we are? Further questions or comments?
Mr. Secretary,
Dr. Smoot?
Ms. Farmer, you showed the various sources of money going into the I-81 project. And there was one of those sources that included both state and federal funds. Now, other than the general fund, where has the state money, and in round numbers, how much was it, that has gone into the 81 project?
Other than the general fund?
Yeah, come on down to, well, there was another slide that had state and federal.
Yeah, the general fund was the money, the 200 and some million dollars, 245 million, is that the number?
Right, and then there's the allocation from IOEP, whatever that is.
Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program.
Okay, now where did the state, how much of that is state money, and what state source did it come from?
100, well, I'll let Ms. Farmer answer. It's 100%. Go.
Yes, sir. So what is available for construction distribution is made up of both state and federal sources. If you remember the diagram of how we get our money to the construction formula, it's made up of both state and federal. We don't deploy very much federal on the Interstate 81 program. It's a small component of that I-81 allocation from the IOEP program.
Ms. Farmer, can I jump in a second?
Sure.
Dr. Smoot, the IOEP fund is a fund that is funded by formula for all the interstates in Virginia, right? And 81 is part of that. And so what they directed us to do is to take, this is the 81 part that would be ascribed from that fund.
Right.
That's the IOEP number. In addition, when they created the program, they created an additional regional fuels tax, right? And they as you remember, they changed that a little bit. So if you didn't touch it, you didn't pay it, even if you were in the region.
Right, yeah.
And that was set up in legislation. So the IOEP that's allocated to them comes out of a formula. The regional fuels tax was created specifically for that corridor, and that's on there. The general fund was the 245 that they gave us to augment. The federal piece was a $20 million earmark or so that came out of Congress. How much was that money? It was more than that.
42 million.
22 million?
42.
42 million,
42,
excuse me. I shortchanged us. I wish it'd been 62. But so that's how the funding works. It's prescribed in law and in program, and that's where the money comes from. Does that help you?
Yeah, so let me say back to you what I think I'm understanding and maybe not. Other than the general fund, 245 million, all of the state money going into the I-81 project is coming from fuel taxes, one kind or another.
And IOEP.
And the interstate allocation is the
But
bulk of the interstate
IOEP has to
allocation
come
is
from-
state.
IOEP has to come from somewhere.
The state. It's our
State
formula. It's
Construction formula. No, it's transportation funding that plows through the formula. What's available for the interstate program, I-81 receives approximately 44% of that share because of the truck traffic on the corridor. And we run through what's expected from those formulas as we present the annual updates for the numbers. And so
That's fuel tax generated, right?
it's everything for in the CTF, fuel taxes, motor vehicle sales and use,
But not the
retail
general
sales.
fund.
No, sir, no, dedicated transportation revenue streams, yes, sir.
Got it.
That's
Right.
correct.
Let's back up. We have very little general fund money that runs into us. And what gets dumped into the top comes out in the IOEP. That's in part of our formula as it goes down the formula funding. And the regional fuels tax was added on top of that just for the 81 corridor. We have one in Hampton Roads, we have one in Richmond, we have one in Northern Virginia, and we added one for 81. So that's not general fund, that's a new tax specifically for that, so that's not general fund. So the general fund money has been that slug of 245 that they added on top. Everything else is outside the general fund. It's either formula funded through our regular trust fund, or it has been layered on as a regional fuels tax for that purpose, or it was $42 million of federal money, or was interest on the money we have already had. I don't know where the other sources are, but that's how it's funded. So we have very little general fund money, and they just sort of decide when we're going to get it, and they give it to us and tell us to go do something, and that's what they've done here. All right? Anyone else?
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Laird.
Mr. Manel, I have a question about corridor performance.
Sir.
Can you first explain what equivalent property damage only is?
Equivalent property damage only is a way of bringing all crashes to a common denominator. In this case, it would be a monetary amount. Your types of crashes range from a fatality, serious injury, visible injury, I think a minor injury, but you're not sent anywhere to the hospital or anything. And then there's property damage only. And so each one of those types of crashes in Virginia and typically nationally has a different assigned monetary value. And I believe in Virginia, the fatalities are assigned about 15 million. Your severe injuries are about 900,000. And then it just drops on down as you go. And that way, we're able to look at crashes throughout corridors and on system to try and bring them all to kind of a consistent base to evaluate, the impacts of those crashes.
So unless there's a crash, are we not recording a delay?
We are recording a delay if there is an incident that is causing, specifically we're reporting out whether or not we have incidents and then incidents that cause a lane closure.
So absent an incident, we don't record a delay. So if there's a traffic jam because some truck went in the left lane and slowed traffic down and that has backed traffic up, that doesn't get recorded, and no accident. But that
That's
doesn't,
actually being accomplished in the person hours of delay measure. That measures all delay.
Table 3, Mr. Laird, if you look at Table 2 is the EPDO factor. Table 3 is just person hours of delay, period, end of story.
But that accounts for your delay that's due to congestion. It accounts for delay due to incidents, weather,
All delay.
you name it. It's all delay.
and I understand what we're looking at, but are we, when we're looking at performance, and I know what is required us to report, but us to make good decisions about where we're spending our money, do we drill down and determine a certain percentage was speed-related, a certain percentage was weather-related, a certain percentage were deer crossing the road? Do we evaluate that
Or crashes or hours of delay?
delay?
No.
Just report out on the total delay here, but When we look at crashes, we do look at crash types to determine whether or not it is something that we can mitigate through an engineering countermeasure, or whether it's something that it's behavioral, like driving under the influence, or as you mentioned, deer strikes.
So how are we handling the speeding? If we're offering a correction to something that is primarily related to speeding,
Speeding for hours, you're conflating hours of delay
Well, then-
and crashes.
well, then let's talk crashes. Let's go over to crashes. So we have a speeding, 80% of what's happening in this 1 mile stretch is speeding related, but then we come up with a change to the road. But we really haven't addressed the problem that's speeding.
A behavioral issue with enforcement.
All we're doing here is we're trying to say, for this measure, where are these incidents happening and what's the impact? We don't ask you what created them, right? We didn't ask you if the guy was on the phone or whether he was drunk or whether his wheel fell off or he didn't get his whatever safety thing. We don't, that's not in the measure. We do track those kinds of things. But I got to tell you, that data is suspect at best. When you think of everybody that's making a judgment, that's enforcing across the Commonwealth, and do they know if you were on your phone? Do they know if you don't tell them? Do you know what was really happening in the car? You know, we're coming there after the fact, trying to figure all that out, and it's not fully accurate, you know? Do you know if they were speeding or not? You don't know if they were going 10 miles over, 15 miles over, unless you get the little thing out of the car, and we don't do that. So some of those things, yeah. What exactly was it? We don't exactly know. And by the way, there are thousands of people that are writing this down, determining what happened. And are they all on the same page, Captain Byers, and they all look at it the same way? You know, so we don't know. We sort of know, but we don't know fully. But back to your point, so we're measuring the impact, and we're trying to come to a baseline, saying this is sort of the economic impact, sort of what we're saying. Okay, so that's a hot spot. Go look at it. Why is that? Unrelated, or not directly related to that, is person hours of delay, and that's for any delay. I don't care why it caused. You know, the sun was in your eyes as you came around the corner. Doesn't matter. It's what's the delay. Then we try to figure out why that is, and then go fix it. So these are things that take us to those points and highlight those places that we need to look at. Is that fair enough, Mr. Minot?
Yes, sir. And I think to Mr. Laird's point, when we do look at crashes, particularly when we're developing recommendations along the corridor, we are looking at the crash type. Driving under the influence, behavioral issues like not paying attention, looking at your cell phone, those are things that we cannot engineer a way out of. However, departures from the roadway, incidents where we have
Truck climbing, no climbing, low decel,
side
low
swipes, rear
LCL.
ends, those are typically congestion related. We do try to develop countermeasures to address those, sir.
Mr. Secretary.
Ms. Dunlop, and then I'll come back to you,
Sorry.
Mr. Lawson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. One issue that I've noticed is wide loads. Is that considered something that would be personal hours of delay? Because, boy, do the cars back up behind the wide loads, and there are a lot of them on 81.
Anything that would impact the travel speeds of vehicles along the corridor would be impacted. So if you are seeing, you know, if the posted speed in a segment is 70 miles an hour and you've got a wide load and people are traveling 60 miles an hour, that's going to show up as a person hours of delay.
And how is
But-
that calculated?
It's-
Sorry.
Let me get to your point.
Yeah,
We don't track and we don't know that delay inside those numbers was because of a wide load. We don't know that. We can't tell you that 8% of that person hours delay was for wide loads. So your point is well taken in the sense of, we just know where the delay is, and we know we have wide load issues, but we don't have specific, we don't track wide loads down the highway aside our congestion. We don't have a mechanism to do that. So we really don't know. Is that fair, Ben?
It's incorporated in the total amount of delay, but to your point, yes, we
To
don't know the
anyone's
specifics.
space, we don't know. And it goes back to some of this data, it's just hard to get to the data. Now, listen, all this is gonna go away with technology, folks, because we're gonna know everything, right? I mean, you just are, all right? These things are all gonna be connected, you're gonna have cameras everywhere, you're gonna see everything you can do, and like, you're gonna know. And maybe there are too many wide loads, and maybe we need to restrict them, or maybe you need to put them in a different place, or maybe you need to route them a different way. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the answer. But we don't have enough empirical data to do that. Mr. Lawson? I don't believe. Help me if I'm wrong.
No, you're correct, sir. I was just going to answer Ms. Dunlop's question, I think, about where the information comes from. We get it from NRIX, which is a kind of a national provider of the information, and they are pulling it from GPS in vehicles. They are pulling it from your location-based data on your cell phone services and a combination of other information, and that's how we're getting the information on personal.
And so we're going to get there, right? If you look at NRIX and that thing we looked at the other day, Commissioner, I mean, you can literally see the vehicles moving. I don't know who they are, but I can see the vehicle moving on real time. I see a point, an arrow, and it's a vehicle moving, and I can see what it's doing, I can see where it's going. It's going to set us free once we figure it all out really well. Because it'll show you, it'll be able to say, that's a wide load, look what it's doing. It'll be able to do that. All right, Mr. Lawson.
Looking at our task, which we're going to do in January about adopting a program and making a report, we do track these things and the cause of the accidents and so on, and I agree with you. We don't really know these things. They're after the fact, and somebody told a cop whatever, and maybe that's true, maybe it's not. But I
We
would
know some, we just don't know as much as we'd like to know.
And I'm delighted to hear that we're going to get to a day where we're going to know all those things. But until we get there, I would suggest what we focus on, because we can measure it, is the hours of delay, whatever the cause was, and the frequency of the delay in a certain area. And we ought to focus on those areas first and try to solve those. And usually it comes with the addition of a lane or a truck climbing lane. And to Mr. Manel's point about, we've actually done some improvements in recent times, and we just don't know if extending that acceleration lane has given us benefit, because we don't have enough years of data. But we feel pretty strongly, and that's why we built that lane, that it's working, and that those mergers are now at 70 miles an hour as opposed to 40 miles an hour. And that's where we're coming from on our suggested recommendation that we'll vote on in January. We think we've got some improvements that have been installed that are beneficial, and they are decreasing the hours of delay, thankfully, in certain areas. And we ought to focus on those areas where, unfortunately, the hours of delay are climbing and are becoming repetitive, and those are the ones we think we ought to look at. Even if it is 2035 and in the future, we ought to go ahead and plan that now, because it isn't getting any better.
We have some guidance, Mr. Lawson, that this doesn't it's not contrary necessarily to what you're saying, but on the beginning of the presentation, on page 1, I'll show you what the code tells us that we should focus on, right? And so that's what we generally do now. We move around that a little bit.
Understand.
That's what it tells us to look at those 4: number of incidents, average duration of incidents, number and average duration of incidents involving lane closures, and person hours of delay. That's what it asks us to look at. We can look at other things too, but that's what it guides us towards. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Sellers.
So if NRIX is the data set we're using, are we negotiating that contract with NRIX to make sure that we're expanding the data collection area beyond. INRIX is very concentrated and does very well on interstates and primary areas. But when you get, especially in rural areas, INRIX does not collect that data. And so just something to consider, if we want to know where
It
these
collects
Y
data
modes were
wherever those fleets
originating.
are, right? That's wherever they are, right?
Right,
That's
but
where
we
the
can
index-
negotiate that contract to some extent with INRIX. And it would benefit a lot of other things as well, because it's also used in smart scale. And, you know, there are routes in the Fredericksburg district that I'd love to see INRIX data collected on, but it's just not. Because of whatever either the contract is or their.
I think to your point, Ms. Sellers, the limitations that we run up with against INRIX is where we have a lack of data. I'm not sure if the contract vehicle allows us to get anything better. INRIX gives us the coverage where they have data from these GPS systems and vehicles, as well as where we have location-based data. Over the years, they've relied less now on the location-based data from your cell phone service because of privacy concerns, so they've come to rely heavily on the GPS data that are coming from your vehicles. Most vehicles have a lot of that information built in, but what we're seeing in the rural areas particularly, we don't necessarily have that concentration of vehicles with that type of technology and coverage, or you have a data set that's relatively small. So I think that's the challenges that we've run into with INRIX. But to your point, interstates, major primaries, principal arterials, we have really good coverage on.
Is there a way for us to see where the gaps in data from INRIX are and see if there's an alternative, particularly as 5G becomes more robust throughout the state? Because that's what's allowing a lot of the collection.
I think we can definitely look into that and get information on that, on those routes that don't have as much coverage.
Anyone else? Mr. Davis?
Thank you. Mr. Manel, as it relates to crash data, do we collect at the time of a crash or an incident if we're dealing with a professional driver, a traveler, a commuter, a gig worker, third party, you know, doing final destination stuff?
Yes, sir. So every crash has a report that's completed by the law enforcement agency, be it the state police or local law enforcement. It's an FR 300. Those are stored with DMV. They are very sensitive because they do contain personal information, but we do have access to those with some information redacted so that we can get to the bottom of the cause of the specific types of crashes, whether or not it involves a heavy vehicle or a commercial vehicle.
Yeah, but you don't, listen, we know if you're a CDL or truck, right? We don't know if you're a traveler or if you're going to the grocery store, and we're not collecting that data, we're not going to, right?
The only question in my mind is.
Or a
if
gig
it-
worker or anything else.
It may point to a specific correction that we need to work in
I
our
just want some
system.
enforcement, Mr. Davis. I'm not so worried about the report. You know, I'd like to see more enforcement, frankly.
I don't
mean, you know, listen,
disagree with that.
There's only so much money, right? We can't analyze this thing down to the bottom. We don't have the money to do it, right? So it'd be great to know all that, but, you know, go figure that out and go collect all that data and train everybody, and we're going to figure how much value does it get us to figure out whether you're a gig worker or you're going to the grocery store. I mean, it's data that's valuable. It's just not valuable enough, right? Given the collection costs, in my view. So, but we do know if you're a CDL. We know that. Ms. Dunlop.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, could we get a copy of the new slide on revenue enhancements to date, just sent to us to compare? Thank you.
My apologies for that, sir.
All right, everybody? All right, no other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Manel. Thank you, Ms. Farmer. Next item on the agenda is item 4, the I-81 2025 Corridor Improvement Plan. Mr. Rob Williams. Good morning, Mr. Williams. Welcome. Hope you're well
Good morning,
today.
Mr. Secretary. Thank you for having me. So I'm here today to give you what may be the final presentation for this effort, with the hopes that we'll be back here in January for you all to adopt a formal list of projects and the final report But just as a recap for the effort we've been working on since, for about a year now. We started back in January identifying those performance measures that we've shared with you before. We took that to the public in April and got their feedback. We used that information to work on a list of potential solutions and shared that with the public as well. We then worked on refining those solutions to the list of projects that we were recommended for using along the corridor. We were here in October to share with you all the list of prioritized projects and that staff recommended funding scenario. And then at the end of October, we went out to the public again to share that list with them. We shared that information with the I-81 Advisory Committee last week and got their feedback. And then we're sharing that all with you today, again, in the hopes that next month we'll be back here for you all to adopt that formal list of projects. So just going back to the feedback that we got in July when we first shared that list of potential solutions, just wanted to reiterate that what we've heard from the public along the way and in July was pretty overwhelming support of the work that we've been doing. 87% of the feedback or the votes that we got regarding these projects were in support of those projects. And that was from a pretty sizable group of participants.
Did they all come from one IP address? No, I'm sorry.
So in October, we went back out and engaged with the public again, and this was for the staff recommended funding scenario. And so that's that list of projects that staff is recommending that we move forward with based on the smart scale prioritization. So we gave the public the opportunity to provide open-ended comments on that and just to share with us any additional thoughts that they have along the corridor and the projects that we're proposing to them. And what we heard essentially was a reiteration of things that we've heard throughout the process, and that's they want to see continued safety improvements. They want to see continued improvements to capacity and congestion. They did have some interesting thoughts on wildlife crossings, on enforcement. They want to see folks that are going too fast be enforced for their speed. They also want to see the folks that are going too slow in the left lanes to be moved over as well. So a little bit of information on both ends of the spectrum on that one. And then things like lighting and other things that folks just took the opportunity to share their thoughts with us about. So this is just a summary of what we shared with you in October, and this is how that staff recommended funding scenario shakes out by district. So in the Bristol district, you'll see a number of auxiliary lane extensions, an auxiliary lane extension, number of acceleration lane extensions, and the widening project, totaling upwards of close to $500 million. In the Salem district, the acceleration lane extension and 2 truck climbing lanes. Dr. Smoot, you had a question about the truck climbing lane in Montgomery County. That will be extended to mile marker 10.5, I believe. So that'll be reflected in what we share with you all in January. In the Stanton district, you see a number of projects starting out with several acceleration and deceleration lanes, an auxiliary lane, and then several widenings located throughout the district, totaling upwards of $2 billion. So we shared all this information, as I mentioned, with the I-81 Advisory Committee last Tuesday. There was some discussion about additional projects that they'd like to see in the program. We received a few technical questions about the work that we had done, but ultimately the committee decided to endorse the staff recommended funding scenario that we presented to them. So that's what we've been working on this month. We're sharing this information with you all for your consideration. And as I mentioned, we're asking for a consensus on the projects that you all would like to see moved ahead. And then in January, we'll be back here with a resolution and the final report for you all to adopt.
Questions?
Just because this is the time, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir.
We do have a slight tweak to the recommended scenario, and I'll hand it out during a break, and we can
Sure.
talk about it. But we appreciate the time to be able to do that and revisit this or vote on it in January.
What I want to do is, I've looked at I pledged to go back and look at the data. And we ran some stuff and it's not in here, so we're gonna get that out. And go through it with you, and whether you agree or disagree, I want to do that, right?
Thank you.
And make sure everybody's comfortable. The data, as I indicated, the data I looked at and saw, does not compel me to go back to the advisory committee and say, we think we should do something differently. But as I've said all along here, this is 10 years from now, right? Not fully, because we got to get started before 10 years, and that's why we're doing this. But there's a lot of time between now and when we're going to actually do something real, meaningful. I would tell you that I wouldn't rely 10 years from now on the plan that we have today. I would be 5 years from now looking at it again, saying, is this still, or 6 years, or 4 years from now, are we still in the same place? That's what I would do, because 10 years is just too darn long to stick with something when everything else is changing and moving. And so, that's part of it, is there's a ton of opportunity between now and then, and we ought to take it, frankly. We, meaning the board of the Commonwealth, and we ought to do that. We shouldn't just stamp this plan, whatever it ends up being, and say, okay, see you in 10 years. Let me know when we start construction. That would be unwise. So I would encourage future boards to continue to look at this, and no matter where we end up, continue to look at that. That would be prudent in my mind. But we'll get that data out and have a chance to ruminate on it some and talk to it. What else? Okay. We started really late because of me and because of the weather and because of everything, and I apologize for that. What do y'all thought? Y'all want to take lunch now? Do you want to go a little bit longer and take lunch? Lunch is available. It's noon. What's the pleasure? Want to keep going for a little bit? Let's keep going for a little bit. Well, maybe not. This is going to be a long one. Luckily sustained, I can do that. 6 or 7. Let's do number 6. Let's skip over number 5. That's going to take a little bit of time. And if I do it after lunch, everybody will go to sleep. It's sort of detailed. So we're going to skip to item number 6. It's the Locality Sustained Performance Program, Performance Year 2026. Terry Short. This is an important presentation, folks, I think. And Ms. Short, welcome.
Great, thank you
It's
so
good
much.
afternoon now.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Hope you're doing well.
I am, thank you so
So
much.
we're going to go to item number 7. Excuse me, item number 6. Locality and
Mr. Secretary,
Sustained
members of the
Performance
board.
Program.
Yes, so this afternoon, I'll be presenting an annual report on our LSPP, Locality Sustained Performance Program. And just by way of introduction, in October of 2023, the board adopted performance policy for localities and their portfolios. And this requires an annual update of that program and how folks are doing.
Let me just jump in a little bit here. We administer our own projects, and then we administer some for others, and others administer some of their own. And so we were having problems over a number of years with some of the localities not being timely and getting things done. And so back shortly after we got here, the commissioner recommended to the board that we have a program to help those localities perform better. And there's some carrots and there's some sticks in this process. And so we instigated this process back in 2023, as Mr. Short said. And the goal is not to penalize people. The goal is to get them to where they need to be. And so we've worked hard in that regard. You'll remember we've had a number of localities, including one in Northern Virginia, we actually pulled a project back from. We got, everything that I've heard from the localities that have been under the microscope, if you will, has been positive, not negative. And we certainly heard that from our folks in Northern Virginia. They appreciated, they were kind and thoughtful in their remarks about what they said. And at the end of the day, this is not to penalize people. It's to help them get to where they need to go. And so that our money isn't sitting around not getting things done, that we get on time and on budget and move on. So that's the whole genesis of this. I think it's been outstanding work, and you know, listen, nobody wants to be pushed on, but when you know that you deserve it, and somebody's trying to help you get better, then that's the way it ought to be. That's short.
So much for setting the table on that, because it's, I would certainly echo that. We've had numerous conversations with localities that have been on the list, removed from the list, and would echo that it's been a collaborative and positive partnership. Just to kind of help with the program into context, perhaps a little more, this is a refresh from a presentation slide deck that you received in October, which does a good job of summarizing the comparative project mix of local participation in the 6-year improvement program. As a snapshot for fiscal year 25, localities planned on advertising 147 projects valued at almost $400 million. This is over 40% of the projects in the 6-year program, and also represents about 18% of the value of the program. The illustration to the right shows the participation of localities administering projects since FY 2019, and you'll see local participation has been averaging about 40% of the total number of projects over the last several years, with a recent average of 20% of the value of the projects. So again, the key takeaways here, that localities continue to administer a significant part of VDOT's 6-year improvement program, and with the increasing financial participation of our partners and regional authorities, this participation is expected to continue to grow over the next several years. So a little bit, again, as a refresh on the program itself, to ensure that the department is monitoring and evaluating the performance of LAPs is critical to not only ensuring that the timely delivery of meaningful transportation investments for the benefit of the traveling public and taxpayers, but also that for the timely utilization of both scarce state and federal funds. And again, thanks to this board, in October 23, approved a performance policy for LAPs, now known as the Locality Sustained Performance Program. And that's a mouthful, so I might stick with LSPP, if you don't mind. So that policy requires an annual review to the board and directs the department to use the LSPP metrics alongside our dashboard to measure the programmatic success of localities having the greatest impact on the 6-year improvement program. It also requires the department using the results of the LSPP to make recommendations to the board regarding future allocations. From its inception, we have worked closely with our local stakeholders, establishing the program, confirming the board support via the policy directive, and are now in our 3rd year of implementation. Great transportation investments are being made every day across the Commonwealth, and our local partners are a critical and vital part of that work. The next few slides, I'll just provide a summary of the program. First off, the program focuses on efforts of those localities that have the greatest impact on our 6-year improvement program. While when we take a closer look at all of the locally administered projects, what we find is that about a third of the participating localities manage by far the largest portion of that program, both in terms of the number of projects and the dollar value of those projects. This third of localities that participate are those that manage 5 or more active projects, and as a result are the localities that this program focuses on. Again, most of the local projects are, and most of the value of the program are administered by a small number of localities. This year we have 36 localities who are administering about 84% of the total number of projects, representing about $2.4 billion in federal and state allocations. All of those localities are administering 5 or more projects, as I mentioned. And so you can see that these 36 localities have a significant, huge impact on the portfolio. So I'll spend, kind of set the table a little bit on these performance metrics, and I'll go into each to just help give you some reorientation to it, because, you know, I forget what I did last week, let alone what we talked about last year, so hope this is helpful. So during the development of the program, we spent a little over a year working with our local partners and VDOT stakeholders, identifying metrics that made the most sense when looking at the actual impact of the 6-year program. We identified 3 separate metrics and various measures that make up those metrics. And they are on-time performance, reasonable progress, and fiscal management. So talking about on-time performance just a bit, it's comprised of 3 separate measures or sub-metrics. First is dashboard performance for project development over the last 2 years, with the goal being that we want localities to hit a 70% average. This measures how well you've been performing and meeting our overall dashboard performance. Second is the on-time performance for the current milestones of their current projects. We track a number of milestones on local projects, including project agreement execution, scoping, public involvement, right-of-way acquisition, and so on, with the goal of having a locality achieving 70% of meeting their current milestone schedules. This measures the locality's current performance. Oops, can't see that. And then lastly, third, we track the percentage of localities' projects that have carried over their planned advertisements from previous years. What I mean by that is that these late advertisements have a serious impact on the ability to manage new projects coming into project development, so we don't want to lose sight of those. Locality becomes deficient for on time when they fail 2 of these 3 measures. Moving over to reasonable progress. It is a weighted score. During the development of LSPP, everyone basically agreed that missing a deadline by a day or 2 or a week isn't an appropriate measure when looking at overall programmatic performance. And so what we really care about is whether or not a project is making good or reasonable progress. And to do that, we took the 4 major project authorizations and we measured the ability of the localities to meet those authorization schedules if they are provided a grace period of 90 days. And essentially that metrics takes this scheduled authorization date and adds 90 days to the date to the performance measure. Failure to achieve 70% of active project authorization dates when given this extra time results in deficiency for reasonable progress. Again, our current established grace period is 90 days, but we monitor that year over year to confirm that it is still appropriate. Lastly, moving to fiscal management, expenditures of funding provided to us by both the federal and state is extremely important. Every day that those allocations are not expended only increases the cost to deliver that project. Plus, we have deadlines for the expenditures, federal funds that provide us very little flexibility. So looking at the amount of funding that is available to localities to spend on their projects is an important indicator of project and portfolio progress. Projects that are not progressing or, of course, will have money sitting, which isn't being expended, which isn't a good thing. So for this metric, we expect a locality to have less than 80% of their available allocations available to them, and we expect them to have less than $100 million available to them. Now, there are occasions where a high percentage of value of that $100 million is reasonable. So, you know, you can put a slash after that and, because it's really more of a qualitative assessment. We kind of afford some common sense assessment of it. Taking these 3 metrics together, a locality is identified as deficient when it fails for all 3 metrics, 2 metrics, or fails for fiscal management alone when they have over $100 million in unexpended available allocations. When identified as deficient, the locality must work with the district office to develop a project development improvement plan, which we call PDIP, because we love acronyms, and it identifies the root causes of the deficiencies and identifies strategies that the locality and the district will employ to help that locality improve their performance. That PDIP is approved by the locality, the district engineer, myself, and our Chief of Policy. So regarding those PDIPs, Project Development Improvement Plans, these are just some of the more common takeaways from last year's list. Some localities just, frankly, had too many projects in their portfolios to manage effectively, while others have significant issues with getting right-of-way phases and working with utility companies. Many identified the lack of contractors and even in-house staff to support the portfolio that they were attempting to manage. So we've seen a number of strategies to help remedy that, and the most effective would be to just adjust the number of projects in their portfolio to a manageable number. Other localities are hiring more staff and consultants to manage that work and to get the subject matter experts that they need to effectively bring that list down. So here we start to get lean into the results for this year. As a comparison of year-over-year progress, this table helps to illustrate the total number of localities that entered the program initially, which is in blue, and then those that we've mitigated off due to a variety of reasons. In short, the number of affected localities has remained similar year over year. In fact, the strategies that have been and that are being developed in close collaboration with our local partners is paying off, though. In many cases, the portfolio development and delivery are improving, and the LSPP program is certainly proving to be an important and valuable way to enhance our coordination, communication, and partnership with affected localities.
Ms. Sellers?
Are these the same localities?
Got them on the next couple slides.
Okay.
Yeah.
Patient, Ms. Sellers.
Not one of my virtues.
Almost
sir.
there, almost there, almost there. So last year, we had 10 localities enter into LSPP and 3 were mitigated off the list due to pending advertisements for construction, things that were fairly reasonable. From there, we worked with the remaining 7 to develop their corrective action plans, or PDIPs. Of those 7, 1 locality has successfully attained the performance goals this past year, and they've been removed from the upcoming performance year, which is Stafford County, that I'm sharing with you today. So for the remaining, we continue to see improvements as they work through their remaining portfolio. Again, the LSPP assessments occur outside of the fiscal year. I think that's an important point to stress. I did also want to note a couple of localities that have, really taken some great steps, and where you won't see, in the next couple of slides, you'll see some flags and some dots, right? And so there's stories behind each of those metrics. There are stories, those are projects that have meaning and depth and narratives that are all unique and distinct. And so while you may see a locality that continues to have red flags, that doesn't mean that there isn't improvement, that they aren't enhancing, right? Because there's an underlying story to that. And so I just would want to call out the city of Charlottesville, who has, this is their 3rd year on the list. But, they've taken considerable steps to close the gap on their outstanding project portfolio, including foregoing applications this year for revenue sharing and TA entirely, so that they can continue to focus on their backlog of projects. And then another example, of course, would be Stafford, as I mentioned, who met their portfolio attainment this year and have been removed from the list. So here's, Ms. Sellers, that list. There's a side-by-side comparison of last year to this year. Last year on the left, this year on the right. There are 6 localities that remain on the list from last year. The green localities on the right have dropped off. The green localities on the left have dropped off the deficient list for performance year 26, and the yellow on the right are new localities that have been added for this upcoming year, City of Portsmouth and City of Williamsburg. The remaining 6 are carried over from last year's deficiency list. So again, here's just a summary to focus in on those 8. We have 8 that are entering and or returning to this year's list. Over the next 30 days, we will work with each to evaluate each and every project in their portfolio. We will develop strategies for their improvement, and we will establish a timetable for compliance. This work will result in the development of a new and a refined PDIP. Our plan is to have the majority of this work completed by the end of January for those localities that are re-entering the program, with a few extra weeks for those that this will be a new experience for them. Just a recap of the summary of the schedule moving forward. Following today's meeting, make sure that folks are notified of their status, and then the districts and localities will work together here over the next 30 days or so to develop those PDIPs. And then I'll be back next fall to give you all a recap of it. So with that, if there are any questions.
Any questions? Ms. Dunlop?
Sorry to have to ask this, Mr. Secretary, but what does mitigated locality mean?
Yeah, so mitigated locality can be when they're initially, the data currently represents when we take a snapshot. We do that snapshot end of, well, basically Halloween, November 1st. We take that snapshot, and at that snapshot moment in time, they were deficient. But we examine the list and we say, well, but in the next 30 days, you have projects that of a magnitude that are going to go to advertisement, projects that had not yet been updated when we did that snapshot that are ready to go to award. So we'll remove those projects, and oftentimes that will mitigate those localities off the list.
It'll put them in the green.
Yep.
That's what it means. So we look prospectively, if we're analyzing somebody and it's 2 months later than what we put the flag in the ground, and those three things they're going to do is going to make them green, then we make them green and we move on.
Yes, sir. That's exactly right.
Anyone else? Mr. Short, why don't we do your next item?
Yeah, absolutely. I brought it here just in case.
Everybody? John, are we ready to do the tip-off ones? We ready on both counts? Ready? Terry, we're gonna audible. And I'm gonna go to item number 11, excuse me. I'm gonna go to item number 10 with Mr. Lawson. We've got some folks that have come to present, and I don't want to drag them through our lunch and just make them sit here and wait on us, so I'm going to let them do this item, and then we'll move on from there. Mr. Lawson.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lawson. I hope you're well today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hope you're still well.
Today, we've got two TPOF projects to bring before you.
Not Mr. Lawson. We don't have them printed out yet.
No, I have them electronic.
Let them go. So go ahead, Ms. Lawson.
All right, so just very briefly, and I'm just going to set the stage for the two project owners to come forward and speak. Just as a refresher, the chapters 546 and 547, as amended in 23, does allow the TPOF to provide funding to projects based on an application or as a direct allocation by the governor. And with those direct allocations, the governor can support projects that would support major economic development initiatives or to enhance the economic opportunities of the Commonwealth's transportation programs. And they move forward based on a recommendation of the Secretary of Transportation and Secretary of Commerce and Trade. Today, we've got two projects that I want to bring to you. I'm pleased to bring to you. These two projects became known to us as areas that are extremely positioned for significant economic development. The first one is the Boulders Road Extension Project in Albemarle County. It's associated with the Rivanna's future site. And then the governor is directing $20 million to that project. And then the second project is the West Area Arterial Collector in Chesterfield County, associated with the Upper Magnolia site. And we are recommending $35 million there. You heard about this project as well as part of the NEPA presentation earlier today for Powhite. And once the county representatives go through this, I want to touch on just really quickly, the next steps beyond today will be public meetings will be held on both of these projects because they exceed the cost of $25 million as required by the code for the board to allocate dollars. And then because of the size of the West Area Arterial Collector project, we will submit that to the MEI Commission for their consideration. That is a requirement in the code as amended in the budget language. And then January, we'll be back here to have the board seek your action to allocate those funds. So if you have no other questions, I'm going to bring the counties forward and have them go over reviewing their projects.
So let me reiterate. So this is a governor's directed program. We've done one of these more recently when we did the Rival Center complex and parking area at Williamsburg that would support not only Virginia 250, importantly, but the whole Colonial Williamsburg tourism economic activity. So we've just done one. This, in essence, what happens is the governor directs these. We go through a process, including what we're doing today, and then we vote to affirm the governor's direction. So we'll do that at the next meeting. All right, Ms. Lawson, you want to introduce our guest today?
Secretary Miller.
Sir.
Deputy Secretary Lawson, Mr. Byers, Culpepper, members of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. It's an honor to be here today. My name is Trevor Henry. I am the Deputy County Executive for Albemarle County. With me is Mr. Jeff Richardson, our County Executive. If it's okay with the Secretary, I'll tee up this presentation. Mr. Richardson.
The floor is yours, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Richardson will come in a few minutes
Back
on it.
clean up.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Clean up anything that I missed or anything that needs to be added. Yes, sir. But it's an honor to be here today. We're going to jump in on a very detailed-oriented slide related to the project of Boulders Road Rivanna Futures and the Boulders Road Extension. And then we're going to work our way at a little higher aperture to provide some context. I'll try to move through at a pace to provide the information and can answer questions along the way, or we have just a handful of slides that we could address any questions at the end. This request, or this project, is really looking to extend the existing Boulders Road approximately 2,300 linear feet to Rivanna to Route 29. I will show a picture in a second that will provide more clarity on that. But this really is a critical road project to serve the existing functions that are at this site, but also are needed in the advancing of the AstraZeneca project that the governor announced a couple of months ago in our work with the state. So again, the details of this specific request is road, roundabout, stream crossing, and then some work at the Austin Drive, which is where it will interface. The project total is estimated at $42 million. The proposed breakout is at state level of 20, AstraZeneca of 12, and then Albemarle County at 10. And I'm noting this project would be locally administered. It would be design build methodology. I want to give a call out to Sean Nelson, our Culpeper engineer, has been a great partner to the county in all of the work that we do with DOT, but especially on this project and the collaborative approach that we would take to ensure its success. Stepping back graphically, the Route 29, if you look at the bottom left, it runs to the left of the screen is north, to the right is south. On the right of the screen is the existing Boulders Road, which currently serves Rivanna Station. I'll talk more about that function in that facility in a few minutes. It is a secured campus for, it's an intelligence campus that is a secured facility. There is a commercial building which is leased to serve the existing workforce there at Rivanna Station. And the road, as it exists today, comes off of Route 29, and it is a DOT road. It has been accepted into the system, and it is maintained. But the graphic of the darker road gives you the kind of the estimated connection. It'll be 4 lanes, roundabout, and then crossing back at Austin Drive with turn-in southbound and northbound.
Let me jump in for a second.
Yes, sir.
Tell me where north is again and where 29 is.
North
29 is at the bottom.
At the bottom, and the north is to the left.
Right. Most, y'all may not know so much, and I don't know a lot, but I think it's important, and you'll speak to it a little bit more in detail. But this area that we're working in here has 3,000 people that work there in sort of military, I'll call it intelligence, right? With 3,000 of them, right above Charlottesville. It's an incredible place that does incredible work, and it's growing, right? And what we're talking about is sort of glamming onto that and around that, and using the synergy of all these things together. And AstraZeneca's going in there, but there'll be others. But there are already 3,000 people working at, some pretty highly skilled jobs, making really good wages. And I don't know exactly what they do, but I'm glad they're doing it. That's all I can tell you. All right? It's really kind of cool.
Secretary, thank you for teeing that up. I moved to a graphic which I think really helps visualize what you were just describing. You can see Seminole Trail, Route 29 better. North is to the top of the screen towards Greene County and Culpeper. Southbound is towards Albemarle County, Charlottesville. The triangle area is Rivanna Station. It is a sub-installation of Fort Belvoir. It is approximately 76 acres. It is secured perimeter. There is a gated facility. It houses national security entities, several intelligence agencies. As the Secretary mentioned, within that triangle footprint is approximately 3,000 employees. Several hundred are military. Mostly the rest are civilian or contractors. And it is a significant site for our defense. The Fort Belvoir out of Northern Virginia actually is the installation commander, but it's 100 miles away. And so this quietly sits in the northern part of Albemarle County. Many folks in the county don't even know of it, but it is significant to our national defense. And then a few years ago, in working with our State Veteran and Defense Affairs Office, the county and UVA and the city sponsored a Weldon Cooper study to really understand the impacts. And so that's where we really got a better handle of number of employees, but also it generates almost $1.3 billion annually in revenues for our small community, Albemarle County and the city. It is really the centerpiece of the defense contractor work in that region, and is significant to our work. And so that's why the county has paid attention to this. Several years ago, and really I mentioned the Veteran and Defense Affairs Office. This is a view. I'm kind of broadening out now really to the 10,000-foot view. Since I believe it was around 2005 when BRAC, the base realignment and closure process, was active, the governor at the time created the Veteran and Defense Affairs Office out of the state, really to focus on active duty and veterans in the Commonwealth. As part of this office, and over every governor since then, they have done listening tours and really a SWOT analysis at all of the Commonwealth bases and installations. Since 2014, Rivanna Station, or what we call Rivanna Futures now, really has been lifted up as an opportunity and a threat. The opportunity is that it's the only, at the time, the only base or installation in the Commonwealth that had land that was buildable around it. One landowner that was buildable. That's the opportunity. The opportunity also is that in the national defense area, that has been the intelligence has been the largest and fastest growing mission set within our DoD. The threat is that because it is singularly owned, it could have been developed in a way that would have been in conflict with the existing mission, or worse, bad actors may have been able to acquire the land that would have affected the mission, would have affected the 3,000 employee site. And so the state really has been encouraging the county, UVA, others to be looking at this since 2014 in the art of the possible. Could we do something to preserve this existing function, to allow it to grow, and then to really build off of that? And so that's what the county did through Mr. Richardson's leadership and our Board of Supervisors in 2023. It's a long process that I won't detail you with today, but it was a pretty interesting economic development process on how we purchased the land, 463 acres in total. Half of that is in the rural area. So everything in that black outline is now owned by the county, minus the centerpiece, which is Rivanna Station. We have within that 463 acres, about half of that is within our development area. So our focus, really since 2023 into 2024, was getting it rezoned properly, working with the state and our Commerce and Trade, Economic Development Partnership, really to look at funding to partner to design and develop that. Our focus has been around what's up there now is Land Base 30 and Land Base 25, which is where we think would be, where we originally thought would be the first to build out. It's closest to the existing infrastructure. There is keen interest by on the federal side for potential expansion of the fence line really to the east and to the north, and then really moving forward with a campus concept for what is called Land Bay 30. I'll note that road extension has, in almost every discussion we've had with our Fed partners, they've talked about that road and the importance of it being extended from a redundancy and a resiliency perspective. At a county level, an economic development level, we've recognized that it's important to activate the site in total. But our thought was like that work would be further out. Like we looked at this as a 10 to 15 year project. Land Bay 50, we kind of joked and referred to it as the back 50, would be pretty much the last to go. And that's really where we were focusing on the road work. And so that's where we were in, I'll say beginning of June. And then along came the state, reached out to the county late June and reached out with a site opportunity, and the parameters of the site fit really well with Rivanna Futures. We knew it was a pharmaceutical, but we didn't know the name of the company. And we turned to Mr. Richardson and our team and our partners at the county. We were, I think, very responsive to the state, and we worked through what felt like a speed of light selection process with the company. And I want to say, and Jeff can correct me on this, it might have been our second meeting and 3 to 4 weeks in before we even knew the name of the company, because that's how fast it was moving. But we wanted to be very responsive to the needs of the state and the needs of the company and be a good partner. And so at the end of the day, through work in August and then ultimately announced in October, is that AstraZeneca is coming to Elmore County. It's one of 3 major initiatives of the governor and the state related to this industry. We are thankful of the opportunity. We think it's going to be a great partner for the campus, and it will be a driver of a lot of additional business and work for the region, for Elmore County. 82 acres. They're going to build state-of-the-art manufacturing across 2 sites, 2 facilities, at an investment of $4.5 billion. 600 direct jobs, we are told, is a conservative estimate from the company, but that is the estimate of which they've provided. And then we have an additional 80 acres that we are continuing to pursue for our campus concept. And so if you think about the slide, just two slides ago, we kind of, we had a vision for what it would look like in June. This is where we're at now. And so this just reflects really the full picture of what we're referring to as Rivanna Futures. We have the existing sector of national security with Rivanna Station to the right, the triangle area. AstraZeneca is going to take approximately 82 acres in total, which is to the northern side of the property. The road really forms the bound of that, of that site on that side. Land base 25, land base 55 are part of our development area, and we believe will be part of our future expansion. And so we're really excited about where we are. The timeline for AstraZeneca is, wanting to have their first site open, which is a cancer-producing drug that has done very well in their testing, and they would love to be producing that tomorrow if they could. We're pushing as hard as we can to be able to be in a position in the year, 2028, 2029 timeframe to be able to open that first site up. And then the bigger facility would be about a year later. You can see just the proximity of the road and the importance of that as it relates not just for AstraZeneca, but for the existing community that's there now, and then really it activates the rest of the property for future development. In total, between the existing function and AstraZeneca, that will get us to about 4,000 employees or so in that at Rivanna Futures area, and then using Weldon Cooper modeling for how we think the rest of that site would develop, we would expect another 1,000 to 1,500 jobs coming in as it develops over time. So those are my main topics for the presentation. Mr. Richardson has kind of an ending slide, but I would invite any questions now or after Mr. Richardson at the Secretary's desire.
Questions? Anybody want to take questions? I'm going to say a couple things. I became aware of this back, a few years back when we were, when y'all were talking to my colleague, General Crenshaw, who has the Defense and Veterans Affairs here. And I was, I found out about this stuff that was up there. I didn't know it was there, and I thought, how neat was that? And they like it close to Washington, but not too close to Washington. So this is really kind of it's sort of just. But I'm going to tell you the backstory on AstraZeneca, because I think it's emblematic of our governor and sort of the way he operates. So I had the opportunity to travel with him to the Paris Air Show this year. And it sort of rotates between London and Paris each year, the sort of the big ones, if you will. And so we were in Paris for the air show, and he is, if you know the governor, there's not a lot of playtime. There's a lot of work, and there's a lot of stuff you're chasing, but he is 24/7. And after that was over, we were going to London to celebrate and renew the George Washington statue in Trafalgar Square that he'd been involved in, I'd been involved in as one of the Friends of the Washington statue. So we're rededicating the new statue, and we were going to be in London. So I think it was a Sunday. All those days sort of meld together because they're all the same, but I think it was a Sunday because I think we'd gone to church that day. But we met with AstraZeneca in a London facility that they have. They're not headquartered in London, but in a London facility they had. On Sunday, I think it was lunchish time because I think they gave us some breakfast kind of stuff, and it was really quite nice. And so we met with them about opportunities. 33 days later, he had a $4.5 billion deal in Virginia. 33 days. So that's what you were talking about. We sort of didn't really know, and things were moving fast. It came from a Sunday in a conference room to $4.5 billion being invested in Virginia functionally a month later. That one moved really fast, and it's fantastic. Those people are fantastic. It was interesting to listen to them, and one of probably the most profound things I heard, back to your cancer drugs, the guy who runs this, AstraZeneca is, I believe, French by birth, and he's a very interesting, smart guy. But for an older guy, he really gave me great hope about lots of things, because he said, just the stuff that medicine and what we do is on the precipice of, he says, is profound. And in the next 10 years, you're just going to see stuff you didn't even imagine. So this is a guy who spent most of his life in this field, right, in this area. So he knows more than I'll ever know. But he was incredibly optimistic about just the technologies that are coming in medicine and drugs and whatever you want to call it. And he said, we're pretty close on a lot of really big things. And so it's exciting to see them here, to come to Virginia to do part of their work. And it's part of what the governor's been able to be really successful in. I think we're at $135 billion. This is 4.5 of it. And we still got some work to do before we're out of here. So that's sort of the backstory in the AstraZeneca deal. It's fantastic. You've seen additional pharmaceutical company deals in Virginia. There's some more to be announced. But we really had great success in bringing these people. And these are great jobs, folks. These are great jobs and a great place to live. So that's the backstory on the deal. Any other questions or comments before Mr. Richardson knocks it out of the park? Don't mess it up.
Mr. Chair, I think you did a great job of teeing me up with what you just said. Don't mess it up. Mr. Chair and distinguished members of the board, on behalf of Albemarle County, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. There is a backstory here, and it is lightning fast in 33 days to be where we were in being considered for this private sector announcement. On the opposite side of the table is the other anchor tenant that has been at this location since 2000, and that is our DOD installation that houses 3,000 employees inside the fence line, 500 employees outside the fence line. And I will take this board really quickly back to 2004, 21 years ago, when then Governor Warner came to Charlottesville because of his concern due to BRAC, base relocation and closure, that we stood to potentially lose this site to be relocated elsewhere in the United States. That is when Albemarle County and the region said we must do something to retain this DOD campus and over time grow it. There's been a lot that's happened since 2004, but about 4 years ago, we were meeting with Fort Belvoir, the commander there, Colonel, at dinner, and he said, if you could do one thing to strengthen this campus, it's 2 ways in and 2 ways out. And that's before we bought the property. That's before we were able to figure something out to buy the 462 acres. When we did that, we sent a clear message to Washington, D.C. that we're serious about retaining DOD jobs in Commonwealth. We're one of the only sites in the Commonwealth that is poised to grow, and there really started the journey. And then we began through our discussions with the DOD to realize there is compatibility with the private sector. But it has to be compatibility, meaning that the private sector and the DOD presence can commingle in a way to where everyone can get their mission done. And that's where we are today. It is a wonderful partnership between the state, the federal government, local government, and the private sector. We are excited about that. This is not just economic development for Albemarle County. It is economic development for the region, and it is economic development that matters for the Commonwealth. So with that, sir, I'm going to close, turn it back over to you. Of course, Mr. Henry and I are here to answer questions, but again, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much for coming, gentlemen. Any other question on this incredible project? Thank you, gentlemen. John? Mr. Lawson? Go back to that slide. I want to see that again. Go back. Go back. One back. There you go.
This is a conceptual image of their larger manufacturing site. It's being worked a little bit. This actually was supposed to be the ending slide, and we're so excited.
That's why I wanted to see it.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So it's They build to a LEED Gold standard for their manufacturing facility, which is significant, which is in part of the cost. So we are really excited to have them as a partner in our community. Thanks,
A
sir.
great company. Thank you. Ms. Lawson.
All right, Mr. Secretary, up next is Jesse Smith from Chesterfield County, and he's going to walk through a little discussion about Upper Magnolia.
Mr. Smith, welcome.
Thank
Good
you, Mr. Sec-
afternoon.
Thank you, Mr.
Hope you're
Secretary.
doing well today.
Doing very well. Thank you for having us, members of the board. Happy to be here to talk about, again, another important project in Chesterfield. With me today, also behind me, I have Jake Elder, our Deputy Director of Economic Development, Chessa Walker, who is our Transportation Director, and then watching on the live stream, because he inadvertently drove to the Richmond District Auditorium, is one of our elected officials, Kevin Carroll, from the Matoaca District. I think he's sitting in the parking lot watching from his phone down in
Hi, Kevin.
Colonial Heights.
Nice to see you. It's next door to where your wife works, Kevin, down here downtown.
Just to orient you real quick, I'll start with the blue lines for those of you who don't know where this is. So running east-west on this particular map is Route 360, which is Hull Street, carries about 80,000 vehicles per day near 288, which is the road that you see running north-south, again in blue. On the east, running east-west again is another blue line, which is the Powhite Parkway, State Route number 76, which you see on there. The blue portion, it's important to note, is the VDOT owned and operated toll portion. Thanks to our friends here at the Highway Department, tolls are scheduled to be removed around December of 2026. So really good news story there for the folks in Chesterfield that use that to commute. Next, going west on 76 is the pink line, which is what we are calling the Powhite Parkway Phase 1. That is currently fully funded. In teal, as you move west, combined with yellow, is Powhite Parkway Phase 2, which is the subject of the EIS that Mr. Smizek presented to you this morning. And then sort of to get more granular, in yellow, again, is what we are calling the western area arterial collector, which is the subject of this particular discussion. And then in orange is the economic development site, which we're calling Upper Magnolia. It's approximately 2,000 acres that the county purchased a little over 5 years ago. The east side of it is predominantly public facilities, so we've constructed a middle school, are underway on an elementary school and a new high school. On the west side of the yellow line is really where the economic development property is situated, and that's about 1,200 or 1,300 acres that you can see there. So again, just wanted to orient you. If you need another reference, Mr. Secretary, of course, Hampton-Sydney College, the largest landmark of the area, is approximately 50 miles to the west.
All roads lead there.
Absolutely. So to tell you why this is important and why this is important economic development opportunity. So the Commonwealth has really been winning the talent attraction battle. You could see here that you've got your usual suspects on here, Northern Virginia, Virginia Beach, increasing in population. But then you'll also note that Greater Richmond increasing by 4.7%. So that's the largest gain in the Commonwealth between 2020 and 2024. And to get a little more granular, the outline you see here, of course, is Chesterfield County. The blue star is approximately where the Upper Magnolia site is located. This data is a little bit dated, and that's July of 2024. We have now surpassed 400,000 population mark, fourth largest county in Virginia. We increased by about 30,000 between April of 2020 and July 2024. It's about half of all the growth in this particular MSA and the largest nominal increase among all 133 jurisdictions in the Commonwealth. The easy way we like to note it is we have 20 new people move into the county every single day. So good place to live. People often ask, well, why are they moving there? Number one, it's always going to be schools. We have a great school system, and we partner with our school board to make that happen. Number two is we still have housing options. Our locality is one of the few that continues to zone for new residential. Now, certainly there's headaches that come with that, but we do have new housing opportunities. And then good governance. We were the first quad AAA rated locality in the Commonwealth. Our utility, which is separately operated, is a AAA. And then, of course, public safety, water supply. If you remember back December of last year, when we had the water issues within the region, Chesterfield County is fortunate because we could also pull from Lake Chesden. We never lost pressure. We didn't have to have any boil water advisories. So as things like data centers and other things come online, that's been crucial in being able to continue to attract continued economic development. So what does our track record look like for 2020 to 2025? This is just a very small snapshot in terms of pictures of what we have here. I will note that out of the 6 pictures shown there, the governor is at 5 of those ribbon cuttings, the largest of which is the Lego Group, so $1.8 billion investment. It's going up now. I know Mr. Davis and I were talking. It's an absolutely phenomenal development. We are super proud to have that. But then we also, in the sort of the center right, Commonwealth Fusion Systems, which will be the first commercial nuclear fusion plant in the world, has decided to locate in Chesterfield. And then Plenty Unlimited, you can see with a tiny strawberry there, giant vertical farming. So we have a real history of success, and we want to continue that. Over $11 billion in investment in that 5-year period. About 8 million square feet and almost 7,000 new jobs. So, thanks to folks in economic development and both locally and with the state, we've really been able to have a lot of successes over the past few years. What are we trying to set up? Well, if you saw where Upper Magnolia is, it really needs that yellow line to make it work. We met with folks from Intel, this is important, a few years ago. They loved the site. They absolutely loved the area. We took them on a tour. You could only go see it by ATV or helicopter. I know we've taken some folks up it in the past. It's a tough site to see because of, there's no way to get in there. So that's what this allows. They would have located in Chesterfield, they said, were it not for the fact that the site work and site readiness simply just was not there. So over the past few years, that's what we've been working on. And I'm not going to read the whole slide. You can see what's funded, what we have underway in terms of NEPA, and then what the delta is. You can see there's a $35 million shortfall, which we need in order to build the Western Area Arterial Collector, which they're going to make me say this, they're calling it WAC, so that we can get into the site and really make it accessible and developable. And you heard this from the Albemarle folks as well. You have to strike while the iron is hot on all of these. Folks don't come to you saying, hey, I want to locate my business there and I can wait 7 years. They all want to do it tomorrow. And that's really the one thing we've learned. The Western Area Arterial Collector is shown here in green. You can see the cost breakdown and again, where that $35 million would come into play. I will say there's also $10 million, a little more than that, in Virginia Business Readiness Sites programs commitment. From a local commitment, we're going to kick in $56 million, and then that leaves that delta of the $35 million.
Mr. Smith, do you remember the Intel number? The investment number you expected?
I do not. 20 billion.
We just missed 20 because we didn't have a road.
That's a great point. So yeah, that was a $20 billion investment.
I'm going to talk more about that in a minute.
So this is just an update on where we are with the particular project. Much like our friends at Albemarle, the property is 100% zoned. It's zoned for advanced manufacturing, technology park, pharmaceuticals, so very similar to sort of some of the AstraZenecas that you've seen. We are having conversations with lots of different folks. We due to confidentiality requirements, can't actually talk about who they are, but I would anticipate that we have a similar project as to what you've seen on some of those earlier slides underway in the next few years as the Western Area Arterial comes out of the ground. We hope to start construction in second quarter of 2026 and then complete it in 28. And again, without funding, we can't deliver another win for the Commonwealth, another win for the locality. So that's why we're here. And that's the end of my presentation. I know I'm
You're-
standing
you're
between you and lunch,
concluded.
sir.
Mr. Smith, thank you very much for doing this. Are there comments or questions here? Yeah, Mr. Smith is a VDOT alum. He's also a Virginia Tech guy, so you got to go down 460 through Hampton-Sydney to get to Virginia Tech, Mr. Smith.
I was remarking earlier when I was a engineer trainee here 25 years and about 30 pounds ago, it was a lot easier walking up that hill, so.
Yeah.
But it's good to be back, sir.
I resemble that remark. I used to walk from the train station in 1980 to the GA building when I was 23, when I first started here. Let me just say this. This is a fantastic project or development in Chesterfield. And it's going to be great. It's going to attract a lot of attention. It's going to get a lot of great value for not just Chesterfield, but the entire Commonwealth. I've told you all this before. The governor expects all of his cabinet to be involved in economic development, and obviously transportation is a key piece to any economic development. We have economic development programs. But he expects us to be all engaged in this, as well he should, and we are. And the reason, there's a couple of things that have really come together. Obviously, the general environment has an impact. But this focus by Virginia, particularly over the last 4 years, to put a bunch of money into site development and to have these business-ready sites and to pump that food into that system is just, it's not just build it and they will come. It's be ready where they want to go. And when they're ready to go, they'll come. That's what it is. And so we've invested a lot of money. The General Assembly and the governor invested a lot of money in business-ready sites. And then you have a governor whose Rolodex is frankly unmatched. He can literally pick up the phone and call the heads of all these companies because he knows them or knows they have a common friend. And that's hard to do, folks. The governor coming in doesn't necessarily have that same Rolodex. She's got a different Rolodex. But the results have been profound. And you don't just need the closer, right? All the other things have to happen up front. And so it's these kinds of investments that the Commonwealth and its localities make that allow this thing to be the way that it has been and is going to be. Very successful, lots of activity. And to the point where, at 135 billion or 140, wherever we are today, that's more than the last 5 administrations put together. The last 5. So this is, at the end of the day, this is what powers Virginia. If we do these things and get these businesses here, these are good jobs. These are good paying jobs that come out of these companies that we're seeing. And Linda knows that better than anybody. But if you're not ready and you don't have something to show them, it's kind of like going down, you're ready to buy a car, and you go in the car lot and they say, well, here's a picture and I'll get it to you in 6 months. And the guy next door has one waiting. Guess what happens? If I'm ready, I'm ready. And so we're trying to have those cars on the lot, if you will, in the right places where people want to go and be ready to go. And I think there's been a lot of progress over the last 4 years. VDP, thankfully, is sort of, they just keep doing what they keep doing. And they will keep doing that. And I'm just hopeful we continue the momentum that's allowed these things to be so successful. So, good work. We look forward to supporting you. And this is going to be neat to look back on in 10 or 15 years and see what's gone in there. Don't know yet, but stay tuned.
Thanks, sir.
Any comments or questions? Hearing none, we are going to break for lunch, and we'll come back after 2, a little bit after 2. So we are recessed.
Mr. Griffin. programs administered by the board. And so later on, Mr. Gribben can watch this video feed, and hopefully I will have answered his questions. So with that in mind, I'm just going to give you a brief overview of debt for the Commonwealth Transportation Board, the programs that we have. I will try not to go through each item in verbatim for what's on the slides. This is meant for a resource for you going forward. So debt is authorized for the Commonwealth under Article 10, Section 9 of the Constitution of Virginia. Within that section, there are 4 categories of debt that the Commonwealth can incur. First, to meet emergencies and redeem previous debt. Next is general obligation debt for the Commonwealth. The next section is debt for certain revenue-producing capital projects that are specified by authorizing law. And the 9D section is obligations to which this section is not applicable. So anything else falls under 9D if it's not covered under sections A, B, or C. The Commonwealth Transportation Board has issued debt under 9B, C, and D, and has that authorization for a few programs going forward. So pursuant to the Revenue Bond Act, the board has the power to issue revenue bonds to finance the cost of projects. The legislation determines the method and the structure of the sale, and bonds are sold at the national tax-exempt bond market through both a retail process for individual purchases or institutional investors. We have done both competitive sales and negotiated sales, depending on the market conditions as well as the program and whether the market is familiar with the board's program. In recent years, we have generally done competitive sales of bonds when we go to market. The maturities can either be in serial terms or a term bond, and generally all CTB debt is 39 years or less in terms of maturities. Most of our programs that have come along over the years have a 25 years or less maturity. So each time we go to market, the board must authorize that issuance and the method of sale. And then we also take the matter to Treasury Board after CTB approval to approve those terms and the structure of the sale. In addition, the CTB has authorized refunding opportunities that VDOT can advance based on recommendations of the financial advisor as well as whether the bonds are in a callable status. And so the authorizing resolution allows us to move forward with the refunding as long as there's at least 3% savings in terms of present value, but also any other threshold that's approved by Treasury Board. And then we cannot extend the term of the bonds. And so VDOT advances what we call a shelf resolution to you all every 2 years so that this approval is staged in case market conditions allow for a refunding. The last time you approved that, it was effective July 1st of 2024, and it will expire in about 7 months. So this is just an overview of the board debt that is in existence or has been paid off in the last 40 years. Prior to '86, bonds were issued for toll roads with dedicated toll revenue that repaid that debt service. And most recently, new debt programs allow it to play a larger role in highway funding, and it supports construction projects within the construction program. Powhite Parkway Extension, when it was advanced in the late 80s, was under 9B in terms of the section of the Constitution. The other 2 toll facilities that were advanced were under 9C. And then 9D is most of our capital programs going forward, and I'm going to walk through these individually. This table just provides a view of those the debt programs I've mentioned, any outstanding amount as we speak today, counting for what we paid off in May and what we paid off in September for Garvey's. And so all in, the CTB has $2.9 billion worth of outstanding debt as of today. So to start, I just want to briefly touch on Dulles Toll Road. In the late 70s, there was an authorization to construct the road and then a further authorization to widen it in the late 80s. And then there were several issuances by the board, and then the bonds were refunded. This program was paid off in 2008, And you may be familiar with an arrangement with the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, where the Dulles Toll Route has been formally transferred over for their operation to support the construction of the Silver Line, and that took place in 2009. The Powhite Parkway extension was an extension to the existing Powhite Parkway that extended to where Mr. Smith showed you on the map earlier today, related to the extension, the further extension of the Powhite Parkway. The debt was authorized in the mid-'80s, and the bonds were issued in '86. And those bonds have been fully repaid in fiscal year 2011. The construction of the facility also had contributions from Toll Facility Revolving Account, the VDOT Construction Fund, and also notes supported from Chesterfield County. The only remaining debt that the Powhite has is to VDOT today. It is anticipated that all the obligations of the facility will be repaid in fiscal year 2027, and then that toll facility will be decommissioned. The coal heard a lot about in recent months, so I won't belabor the status. I think you have an understanding that the bonds were paid off in fiscal year 2021, and the remaining debt is due to VDOT's toll facility revolving account. During the 2025 session, some budget bill language was added that tolls would end no later than January 1st of 2026, and that we would forgive any remaining outstanding balance from toll facility revolving. The toll ceased on August 8th of this year, and the decommissioning of the toll gantries and the facility is underway today. The Route 28 Transportation Improvement District was established in the late 80s. It represents what is called in the industry as a value capture financing tool. In the late 80s, the General Assembly authorized debt not to exceed $160.7 million to finance the construction of roadways and improvements. And then the board also entered into a contract that pledged tax revenues along that corridor from landowners in the area to pay the debt service on the bonds that were issued to finance for the construction. This project is located in Fairfax and Loudoun counties, and that property tax is assessed annually, and the landowners agree to the recommendations made by the locality to support the debt. So in the late 80s, the CTB issued debt to construct what was considered Phase 1 projects. And then in 2002, the board issued additional funds to construct Phase 2 and refunded some outstanding bonds of the 1988 bonds. And then at that time, the board issued that it would not, that the board determined that it would not issue any more Route 28 bonds at that time. Over the course of the life of this program, we've taken advantage of all refunding opportunities. In December of '22 and October of '23, the localities and the Route 28 Commission advanced cash balances from the Project Completion Fund raised locally by those taxes to redeem those outstanding bonds from 2012. There are only capital appreciation bonds left, and they will be repaid in fiscal year '27. And the Commission, through the Fairfax County Economic Development Authority, has issued other bonds totaling $130 million over this time for additional improvements on Route 28. However, this area of the state has benefited from additional property tax collections, mainly through the data center investments, and all the remaining debt will be repaid early in terms of the plan in 2027. Federal Highway Reimbursement Anticipation Notes. So in 2000, the General Assembly authorized the board to issue FRANs. These were the precursor to GARBIes that we have today. They were considered indirect GARBIes in that they were not specifically related to federal eligible projects, but issued based on the ability to repay via federal reimbursements. So over the first few years of this century, the board issued 3 series of FRANs totaling $1.15 billion. But the authority to issue any new money FRANs expired in July of 2011. And subsequently, Garvey's became the replacement program. We finished repaying off all FRANs in fiscal year 2016. The Oak Grove Connector is an extension of 464 in the city of Chesapeake. This code section allowed a special non-reverting fund to be set up for a transportation improvement program set-aside fund as part of our transportation trust fund. Annual collections of the state recordation taxes that are attributable to a local a local jurisdiction that adopts an ordinance to dedicate those revenue streams makes this possible. And so the city of Chesapeake enacted that ordinance in 1995. Additionally, the 2020 Appropriations Act allowed for transportation revenues to replace this dedicated recordation tax stream for Chesapeake for just a few years until the remaining bonds were repaid. And so the history of that, in terms of the city also contributes to make good on the bond repayment over this time period. In the mid-90s, the General Assembly authorized the issuance of bonds not to exceed $32.5 million for the program. And then those bonds were issued, and we processed refundings in 2006 and 2016. And we finished paying off the program in 2022. The Northern Virginia Transportation District Program was created in the Code of Virginia to address special projects in the Northern Virginia area, and those projects were enumerated in the Code of Virginia. The program consisted of projects listed in that subsection of the code, and then a fund was created in terms of what was dedicated to the program, known as NVTD, over time. So today, off the top of the of the Commonwealth Transportation Fund, $40 million is set aside. This was previously representative of recordation taxes from those localities that totaled approximately $20 million over time. And we also have a $20 million commitment to the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority from these sources. In addition, any public right-of-way use fees appropriated by the General Assembly that are from localities in this district are dedicated here. So in other areas of the state where you have telefees, in Northern Virginia, these are dedicated to pay for the Northern Virginia District Program bonds. And any other funds that are appropriated by the General Assembly and interest earnings can go to repay the debt of this program. So in the early 90s and through subsequent adjustments, the board was authorized to issue bonds in the amount of $500.2 million. And then we issued them over a series of years in the late 90s and early 2000s, totaling $477 million. We've obviously taken advantage of any refunding opportunities over time to make sure that the program is incurring any savings that are available. And right now, those bonds should be fully paid off in 2034. As I mentioned on the previous slide, it does have 2 annual commitments to the Metro Washington Area Transit Authority Capital Fund, as well as the NVTA. Capital projects new bonds were authorized in the 2007 General Assembly session, which authorized the issuance of up to $3 billion for projects. The annual sales that we could issue were limited to $300 million with any carryover of that year to year. In 2011 and 2012, we were able to accelerate that issuance to allow for up to $1.8 billion of authorization. So the transactions we were in the market for were very sizable. This program really helped buoy the construction program as state dollars available through the formula distribution were dwindling to minimum values. And so the CPR bonds really helped deliver construction projects early on. There's also a formula in the Code of Virginia that required how they were to be dedicated in our program. So 20% were dedicated to transit capital, 4.3% to rail capital, and then the balance was used to provide federal match and to enhance the revenue sharing program and statewide and for statewide and regional projects. And so again, we were using bond proceeds to help with federal match as state dollars during this time were not plentiful. The CPR bonds are secured by the Priority Transportation Fund. So we've talked about this fund in recent months and any extra funds that are available after debt service to support projects. And so the PTF provides for 100% of the annual debt service for these bonds. And then we maintain a coverage ratio of 1.15 times to make sure that we are planning for sufficient coverage for the debt service commitments of this program. So all in, the board has issued 9 series of new money bonds totaling $2.97 billion. And then a portion of the 2010 bonds were issued as Build America bonds, where we got an interest subsidy through the IRS. That helped for a few years, and then those were refunded later. So we've taken advantage of refundings on those bonds to maximize interest. And then we are currently working on a planned refunding with potential savings of $6.3 million based on current conditions. And then the next couple of months, you will hear from Kim Pryor on the results of that refunding. But we will likely be with Treasury Board in January to get a good understanding of advancing that transaction. So we have some remaining bonds in the program that need issuances to support their activity. So today, those are currently planned for fiscal year 2027 and 2029. And based on the status of the projects, those dates may change. So based on what's currently issued, this program will be fully repaid in 2046, and then any new debt would be repaid in 2054. The next up is Garveys. So the replacement for the FRANS program was Garveys, and they were authorized in 2011. The debt for Garveys is revolving in nature. So we are authorized up to $1.2 billion outstanding at any given time after the FRANS retirement. The code limits the maturity of those bonds to 20 years, but we've only issued 15-year maturities to date. They are secured by project-specific federal reimbursements. So as a project is advancing with planned Garveys, we are working with Federal Highway Administration to obligate the debt service commitment for that unique project. In addition, it's backed by legally available revenues from the Transportation Trust Fund, and then anything else designated by the General Assembly. We are in a memorandum of agreement with the Federal Highway Administration for that program. It was executed in December 11, and we've updated it recently just due to time and administration changes in July of 2025. I did bring that to you this summer. We also update Attachment A to this agreement that identifies all the projects that are supported with Garvey bonds. In terms of planning and debt management, VDOT maintains a coverage ratio of 4 times the federal highway reimbursements, and so we do have significant coverage to support this program. And of course, any remaining federal funding goes to our program areas of maintenance and construction. It's important to note that part of when we set up the Garvey program, because you really never know what Congress is going to do in terms of advancing the highway program timely or advancing the budget timely, was we made a commitment to both the market and those who hold our debt that we would take indirect reimbursements monthly and make deposits between each payment of debt service for this program. And so those indirect reimbursements that we send to the trustee every month are returned back to the department when the debt service is secured from the Federal Highway Administration, and we bring that back into the department. But it's a security feature of the program that I think bodes the department well. In terms of how we allocate Garvey bonds, The first application of Garvey bonds, when they were first created, was to provide for public contributions when we advanced public-private partnerships early in its program. Examples being the downtown Midtown tunnels and Hampton roads, 95 express lanes. Those are projects that were advanced where the public contribution was from Garvey's. Since that time, in fiscal year 2017, any Garvey bonds that were made available in the construction program were applied to the high priority projects program and the construction district grant program, both of the smart scale categories. And in that moment, any application of those proceeds, we had to ensure that both programs had equal amounts being applied. So if we were able to exercise more Garveys on high priority projects, we would exercise less in district grant program, but we make up for that in other fund types like federal and state. And so each program's allocation would continue to be equal. And then in fiscal year 2025, the language was altered and Garvey bonds were made available for allocation that could be applied to any projects that are eligible for high priority projects or the construction district grant program, or eligible for the interstate operations and enhancement program. And so this provides utmost flexibility in the application of Garvey bonds. So to date, the board has issued 8 series of new money bonds totaling $1.5 billion. And we've done 1 refunding in 2017. Future plan sales occur based on project schedules. So we monitor the projects when they will need the debt and package those together to try to make for a good transaction, a sizable one that will make it worth going to market for. A refunding as well as a new money transaction is tentatively scheduled for early summer of 2026. So in the next couple of months, you will hear about a potential sale going forward. Anything that's been issued to date will be paid off in 2039, and this new money that's being proposed will be paid off in 2041. The Route 58 Corridor Development Program has been with us since the late 80s. It was authorized to improve a largely rural portion of Route 58 along the southern border of Virginia. The code section that set up Route 58 identified $40 million of annual collections, which was formerly a representation of recordation taxes across the Commonwealth. In that area, it was provided from the general fund originally. And then when the omnibus bill was passed in 2020, this became an off-the-top allocation of the CTF to provide this $40 million each year. It also, any other funds that are provided by the General Assembly, and it also maintains its own interest earnings. So when the General Assembly enacted legislation in 1989, and then it was amended in the future, the total amount as of today is not to exceed $1.3 billion. With that increased authorization in 2013, there were the completion of several sections of Route 58 were given priority over any other portions of the project. These included the Crooked Oak section, the Vesta section, and the Lover's Leap section. And Lover's Leap was prioritized over other sections. And you're likely aware that Lover's Leap is currently under construction, and we have fully funded the Vesta section, and that project is advancing. During the same year, in 2013, we had to begin depositing $20 million a year from the highway construction share of the TTF to the fund. So a total of $60 million is provided each year to Route 58, beginning in fiscal year 2020. This helps pay for the debt service on the bonds. Additionally, in 2020, the omnibus legislation also added the final section of Corridor Q, and as a prioritized highway section to use the funding from the Route 58 program. And so we've continued to advance that project as well with bond proceeds as needed. We also apply a federal program called Appalachian Highway Development when those funds are available to help advance Corridor Q, and that frees up Route 58 funding to continue to deliver these sections that have been prioritized for VDOT. In terms of financing status, the board has gone to market 7 times for new money bonds for Route 58, totaling $1.1 billion. We have taken advantage of all refunding opportunities to maximize savings to the program. The remaining authorization is scheduled to be issued in fiscal year 2027 to support project activity. Anything that's been issued to date will be paid off in 2048 and new money in 2052. One of the newest programs was authorized in 2020 as well for $1 billion on the I-81 corridor. So they are used for the sole purpose of paying off costs for the corridor improvement program, and the maturity is limited to 39 years in the Code of Virginia. We use solely the I-81 regional fuels tax revenue to repay any debt on the bonds and TIFIA loan that have been secured for this program. As a reminder, that wholesale motor fuels tax in this region and the supplemental fuel everywhere else in the state is assessed at a rate of 9.3 cents per gallon of gas and 9.4 cents per gallon for diesel. And then those rates are adjusted each year based on the CPI factor. So we also, a mechanism in this program is we deposit what's available in fuel tax revenue every year beginning July 1st. And so the debt service is waiting to be fully funded for payments early in the fiscal year. We issued the first set of bonds in fiscal year 22, and then at $102.9 million, and then that has a final maturity in 2057. We also secured TIFIA loans in December of 22 for project activity. The details are on the slide. We've also submitted the next tranche of TIFIA rule loans to the Build America Bureau for a financing of $189.9 million. This one we're watching very closely. TIFIA has indicated that those loans will be processed and provided on their lending capacity and on a first-come, first-served basis. There's an aspect of this loan package is that they qualify for what's known as a rule rate, which is half of treasuries. And so, but the Build America Bureau has a limit on how many projects they can advance with that particular feature. And so we're continuing to work with them on these loans to date and monitoring the cash flow to make sure we're maximizing the debt for this program as well as we possibly can. Moving on, passenger rail facility bonds. Also in 2020 in the omnibus package, there was an enactment clause that authorized the issuance of up to $1 billion of Commonwealth of Virginia passenger rail facility bonds. They are for the sole purpose of rail improvements as defined by the Bond Act, which is namely the Long Bridge project for purposes of this financing. The maturity was limited to 39 years in that action. So those bonds are to be payable subject to the General Assembly's appropriation from toll revenue on the 66 inside the Beltway facility. This financing will likely advance in the next 12 to 18 months. We are working with the Build America Bureau today and have submitted the letter of interest on this. Though $1 billion was authorized based on the current assumptions around toll revenue, we believe the facility can currently support $504 million worth of financing. And so an agreement with the Passenger Rail Authority, the board, and VDOT will have to be executed to facilitate this financing. We're just looking at drafts now to be shared with the Passenger Rail Authority. And so progress is being made in this area to secure this financing, hopefully by 2027. So current models show that TIFIA is the right way to go in terms of maximizing the benefit for the Commonwealth. And so that's what we're working on today. And last but not least is the Special Structures Program revenue bonds. So in the 2025 session, the issuance of up to $1 billion was authorized for special structures. We talked to you about this a few times in terms of advancing construction of the Norris Bridge much, much sooner. And so the details of the program are provided on the slide. Right now, we plan on the same 25-year maturity and advancing these projects, this project and this financing likely in fiscal year 2028. Special Structures is secured by an off-the-top allocation that started at $80 million a year, and that gets adjusted by CPI as well each year. I believe this current year, we're at $89 million, close to $90 million in allocation this year. Anything legally available from the trust fund can also be used for Special Structures, and any other available funds can also be used to support that. Currently, bonds are planned within the program to support the Norris Bridge construction, and then we will issue it in accordance with the project's schedule and cash flow. And then a determination on how to get up to the $1 billion planned will come with time as VDOT works to identify projects that would most benefit from financing and proceeds to advance their improvements today as opposed to later. Just in summary, in terms of additional information, I know that was a lot to get through, but I think in terms of your understanding about the board and its debt programs, historically, most of the debt authorized that is issued by the board is dedicated to a project or a project-specific financing effort with a dedicated revenue stream to pay for that debt service. The only program that's truly active today that provides flexibility to the board on the allocation of proceeds is the Garvey program, where the projects must be eligible for high priority or district grant or eligible for interstates. So today, we coordinate all of our recommendations with our advisors as well as the Treasury Board staff here at the Commonwealth to ensure that we have the right market timing and understand the debt service commitments so that we are making sure that we're maximizing the resources available to the board to pay off the debt. And in terms of financing cost, we understand the cost of the debt. We project the cost of project delivery. However, to Mr. Gribben's question earlier, it's very difficult to identify a mechanism to understand the true value of the improvement to the community and put a financial dollar amount on that to make sure that we're maximizing the use of debt. And so we do not perform the mathematical analysis to prove out that question, but we believe that the programs as authorized by the General Assembly and the governor our best way is to advance projects today to avoid inflation later. So with that,
Thank you, Ms. Farmer. Well
any
done.
questions?
So let me, obviously I missed part of this, but I'm obviously familiar with it. At the last two bullets are sort of the provocative ones here, right? So what Ms. Farmer's done is show you the debt programs that we have available to us. They've been given to us, directed to us in some cases by the General Assembly and the governor. And, you know, when the General Assembly and the governor direct you to do something that's in the law, that's what you do, right? And so we don't sort of question these bond funds that previous legislatures and governors have decided to do. We don't question them every day per se, if you will. The 81 program, the Special Structures program, the 58 program, and all sorts of programs, we basically implement them, right? And so it all comes down to, in terms of our input here, or our decision-making here, better term, it all comes down to when do we deploy the Garvey bonds, right? So they've given us a certain amount of room to go do that with. They've said, here it is. Federal government's created it, and states saying, okay, you can do up to this. And so the question goes, where do you use it, if anywhere, right? And it all comes down to those last two bullets, really, right? So we know a couple things are happening. One, we know that there's an interest rate associated with debt, and that interest rate goes on for the life of the debt. So you can calculate what that all means and do a discounted back and say, what's it cost you? And you can have a number. We also project, which isn't like an interest rate that's fixed, but we also project what inflation's going to be on those areas of our work, right? And we've been in a high inflationary environment. That could all change, folks. You know, we talked earlier about 81. We're talking 10 years from now. I don't know what inflation's going to be 6 years from now. I don't know. But right now, we're in a heavy inflationary environment, and the money that we get from interest and opportunity costs, et cetera, for cash sitting in the bank does not equate, is not as much, does not make up for the high inflation. And so, you know, as I said before, if you're getting 2.5% on your money and you got 6% inflation, every day you wait to implement that money to do what you wanted to do, it's costing you. On the other side of that, you got an interest rate that goes on forever not forever, it goes on to the life of the debt. And so you can do all those calculations. All that's easy, right? Relatively easy. How do we capture the value of the improvement to the citizens 10 years early? How much does it matter to the people of the Northern Neck and the Middle Peninsula, that bridge that is scary to a lot of people, and you understand it if you've been on it, and retards commerce because people are afraid to go across it? What is the value to the Commonwealth once that's gone? That's really hard to put pencil to paper. And so what we've kind of said is, listen, we believe that value is greater than that interest rate that keeps going after we take out the inflation. We believe it's better. We can't prove it to you on an equation right here, but we believe it's better. And we also believe that the General Assembly and the governor at the time thought it was better, and that's why they set these programs up for us to use to implement. So we should never fund a bad project ever with any money, debt or otherwise. But if it's a good project and it's on our books and we have some debt that can help that program, which we've been authorized, then we implement that in a way that is judicious in terms of the limits that we have and the guardrails that we have. But we don't take every project and try to figure out that last bullet, nor could we do it very well. And so to some extent, you got to take it on faith in my world that the value of that project, the results of that project to the citizens is greater than that disparity between the interest rate and inflation and the timing of that. And it only really comes down, as far as I'm concerned, to the Garvey program, because the rest of it is above our pay grade. It's already been decided, and they told us what to do with it. So that's what we're doing. So that is the stuff we'll talk about more. Mr. Gribbins raised that. It's a great question. I just don't know how to functionally answer it other than the way that I did, and will continue to. And I think what we're doing is fiscally smart, and it's the right thing to do. So that's sort of sum and substance of the vagary here. The question here is really at the end. And that's the question that's been asked, and that's my answer. And we'll talk about this some more, but that's the history of debt and recent history of debt here and how we handle it. Yes, sir, Mr. Minshew.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Farmer, that was a great presentation. Great to see all of that in one bullet. But could you go back to slide 7? I'd like to ask kind of a Northern Virginia PROCA question on the Dulles Toll Road, make sure I understand. We all know that back in the 60s, the federal government built that Autobahn to provide access from the Capitol Beltway out to the new airport called Dulles Airport. And then our Commonwealth built the toll road for people who were not going to the airport, but were going out to Route 28 or whatever. And bonds were floated, the toll road mechanism was set up. Bonds were paid off in 2018. 2009, 16 years ago, our Commonwealth turned over the road that we built to the taxpayer expense to MWA. But the tolls are still there. Would you know if that tolling authority has a sunset on it, or if those monies will ever come back to the Commonwealth, or did we basically give a permanent income stream to the Washington Metropolitan Airports Authority back in 2009?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Minshew, my memory is the Dulles Toll Road Transfer Agreement, I believe, has a 50-year term on it.
50.
Yes, sir. That's my memory, yes.
So 2059, those
That's my understanding.
toll monies come back to us?
Yes. But today, they use the revenues in excess of O&M to support the debt of the Silver Line.
That's where it went, Mr. Minshew. It went to the Silver Line. So it's all, listen, you can sort of carve it up it's all the Commonwealth. It's just a matter, partly the Commonwealth's and not under our control, right? So MY is not under the control of Virginia, but they're running two airports that are located and are incredibly important in Virginia, and we have a bunch of board picks there. But they also have Maryland members, they also have DC members. But that was in order to pay for the Silver Line, sir.
Are those tolls paid by the people driving the toll road provide the money for MWA to pay their share of the Silver Line?
To build the Silver Line. They built the Silver Line. MWA built the Silver Line, and they got to pay off what they got to pay off. And that's what it's for. Now, would we have done that? I mean, that's a whole different question, right? But that's what it went for. It was for the Silver Line extension. That was the revenue stream they went and took out and said, okay, go do this.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary.
Dr. Smoot.
Laura, thank you for that great dissertation. Something I wish I had seen 8 years ago when I first came on this board, but a lot of good information there. I believe you said that 9D debt does not have the full faith and credit of the Commonwealth, correct?
Sorry, that's correct.
Okay, to the extent that 9D debt is issued and the source of repayment is toll revenue or some other kind of appropriation, maybe from the feds or something, who is left holding the bag when those revenues are not sufficient to pay the debt?
With each of the established programs, it's first the dedicated revenue stream, and then second, anything legally available from the Transportation Trust Fund. And so when we look at that and provide the coverage, when we include the Transportation Trust Fund, we include VDOT share for construction, rail, transit, airports, space, everything that falls under that Transportation Trust Fund umbrella. The other modes would have to contribute if there was a failure. But we promote the coverage of the existing revenue stream on all of those sources. And then after that, after the Transportation Trust Fund, is anything legally available to the Commonwealth.
So indirectly, the Commonwealth is left holding the bag one way or the other. The underwriter has to decide when they market the bonds if that amount is going to be sufficient to cover any shortfalls that could arise, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that a difficult process or not?
With each issuance, we document in our offering statement the performance of the revenue stream and then the expected forecasted revenue picture based on the latest estimates we have, and document any historical concerns or anything that's happening with those streams. But we haven't faced any unique hurdles with regard to that. We're kind of that one notch below the AAA for the Commonwealth, and so I haven't had any really uncomfortable questions related to
So your credibility in accurately forecasting that is really what's being sold. And if we should ever have a situation where the revenue was not sufficient to cover the debt service and those other sources were not sufficient, then we should anticipate we would have a lot of issues going forward.
Yes, sir. We would see that coming, right? And there's timely ways to figure out what you're going to do next with regard to the governor's budget and how he introduces it for the General Assembly consideration. Everything we do is backed by appropriation, so we would right-size it. We would already be in that scramble to figure something out if that were to happen.
So it will come back directly or indirectly to the Commonwealth.
Yes, sir. In terms of solving the problem, yes. I understand your question. Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Farmer.
You're welcome.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
Our next item on the agenda is item number 7, the Economic Development Access Program, Amherst County, the Dillard Industrial Site. Mr. Short, welcome back.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, today I'm my pleasure to provide a summary of an EDA access request for a major employer and investment design-only project in Amherst County at the Dillard Industrial Site property. Just a little background and orientation. The program provides allocations for projects with known industries and for those that are purely speculative. It's a state-funded program administered by VDOT's central office, the Local Assistance Division. Applications are accepted on a rolling basis. A business must be designated as a basic employer, and that's done with the help of our friends at VEDP. To qualify for the EDA program, 51% or more of the facility's revenue must be generated outside of the Commonwealth. Again, VEDP determines if a business meets that basic employer requirement. The EDA program provides a higher amount of allocations for sites designated as a major employer and investment by VEDP, and these sites can generate at least $250 million of capital investment and 400 full-time jobs. So because the Amherst County project is an MEI site, this slide provides a little more detail on these types of projects. Economic.
If you'll allow me a second.
Sure.
So as I was talking earlier about business-ready sites and investment and all that kind of stuff, by the way, we're at 150 million, I think, billion, I mean. VDEP, the Virginia Economic Development Partnership folks, have the ability to designate certain sites. Ray, I got this. Ray, I got it. Good. Designate them as prime sites, if you will, right? So they're on everybody's radar. And then we typically go invest in those sites so that they're ready. So there's a regular process that goes on, right, that a lot of people are involved in. And so when he says it's an MEI site, that's what it means. It means it's been vetted and designated, and it's something we say, hey, we want to put some attention and some funding here. And then different entities go to work. Terry.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you. So the Amherst County allocation request is for a road design only, and the EDA program will provide design-only allocations for, again, designated MEI sites up to $650,000, with $150,000 of that being a dollar-for-dollar match by the locality. These allocations must be guaranteed by a surety, which will be released after the plans sets are approved, and they have 2 years to complete that work. So a bit, here's a location map. It's situated on 545 acre site located off of Dillard Road in Amherst County. The property is 1 mile from US 29 and currently has AEP high power transmission lines, Norfolk Southern Rail Service, and a sewer pump station and water on site. The proposed allocation for this project will provide funding to design an access road extension of Mitchell Bell Road to the 157-acre parcel known as Lot D. I'll have a map here in a second. This access road will serve as the primary access for Lot D and the remaining undeveloped sites. The project will extend the existing 2-lane section of Mitchell Bell Road for 0.21 miles. VEDP, again, has confirmed that the site has multiple parcels capable of supporting a high-impact regional economic development project with a capital investment of at least a quarter billion dollars and the potential for creating more than 400 full-time jobs. It can support development of more than 1.8 million square feet of industrial space, and VEDP has already provided a VBRSP grant to Amherst County to assist with the development of the site for high-impact projects. So they've certainly got the wind to their sails. So here's just an illustration of the location of the proposed new access road for the industrial site, again, 545 acres. It's estimated that Dillard can, again, support that 1.8 million square feet. It's currently a tier 2 site, as designated by VEDP's Virginia Business Ready programs, site program. And the county has received funding, again, through that Business Ready site for site grading and other activities to raise the tier to a level 4, which is great. And that designation is anticipated to be completed by the end of this year. So they're making great progress, as you can imagine. This site is the sixth MEI design-only project to present to the board. The most recent was for our friends in Albemarle County with Rivanna Futures, and that was approved in September of this year. So in terms of next steps, the plan would be to bring this to the board for your consideration at your January meeting with a resolution proposing the establishment of the EDA project, and if approved, we'll enter into our standard state aid agreement with them. It's anticipated in this instance that VDOT will administer this project. So if there are any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right, Mr. Short, thank you very much. Item number 8, Smart Scale Typology Change Request for Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission, Ms. Jackson. Good afternoon, Ms. Jackson. Welcome, hope you're well.
Good afternoon, Secretary, members of the board. Thank you for having me today. I am here to present a typology change request for the smart scale process. And this is actually going to be for Thomas Jefferson's PDC. And I actually do have them in attendance today. We have Taylor Jenkins, she's the Director of Transportation, and we also have Christine Jacobs. So thank you for being here. And the clicker. So I'm going to go over their request and a little bit of background first, so you know what it's all about before we actually formally present the request. The goal here today is to bring this item to you at the action meeting this afternoon. So the Code of Virginia does require that we have different typologies, and what a typology is a location that determines what factor weightings will happen in those areas. The code does require that we need to have different weightings, and they need to be determined at the district level. The point of this is it acknowledges that there are different needs across the state, not the same needs in Nova are not the same as in Bristol. And so that is the point. When they were developing this with the CTV in 2014, many different area types were considered. There was even talks of having individual area types for each individual MPO, different individual area types. Where they ended up landing was looking at population density, VMT, safety, economic development, population, pollution, and density to determine that they only needed 4 to 6 typologies. And where they landed ultimately was on the 4 typologies that you know today. And this is our current typology map that we have. You've seen it many times. But just as an overview and a little bit of a reminder, the red and purple areas represent urban areas or suburban if you're type B, and the green and blue represent more rural areas. In the more urban areas, the focus is more congestion and accessibility based, and in the more rural areas, it's more economic development and safety based and leaning, depending on where you are. As in type D, the biggest is safety and economic development. The location we're going to discuss today is in the center of your map by Charlottesville. It's the green area around the purple Charlottesville. So that is the Thomas Jefferson PDC. So we did receive a request for this typology change. We have come to the board 3 different times for 3 different typology change requests. But the process is as follows, that the applicant initiates it. We received a letter from the Thomas Jefferson PDC, and we received the formal request that the resolution of support would then be presented to the CTB, which is why I'm here, and it will be acted on. Like I said before, we've had 3 adopted changes in the past. It has been since round 3, since we've been here. So if you haven't seen one formally, that's because we haven't done one, and since 2020 was the last, February of 2020. Thomas Jefferson has requested this change because they are the only rural PDC that is not area type D. All the rest are D, and they are currently type C. And this is just a little bit more of an up-close map, a little more granular view of which localities and counties would be impacted by this change of going from type C to D. And the point of going from type C to D, again, is more focus on that safety and economic development measures. And that is where their interest lies. And that is all I have for you. I plan to come back during action.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Let me say this. One thing that I sort of pushed on a little bit, is what should guide us here, right? Is this a decision to make or not? And I think the program and the typologies sort of guide it. And what I mean by that is, I said, did we just let anybody decide what typology they're in? Could like Northern Virginia decide they're like rural? Could they do that? And the answer is, yeah, they could. It's sort of the way we do it. If we don't decide we're going to make some sort of qualitative decision. But the question is, why would they? Right? That's not the problem that they have, right? They're trying to solve their problem. And so I think, not to put words in their mouth, it's not that they're not in this typology, it's they think they belong in this typology and they'll do better in it, because those are the things they need to get done. And so I sort of said, okay, well, that makes sense to me. And they're not going to do something to sort of game the system, because it really doesn't work like that. If you're going to try to be Northern Virginia and you're rural, you're going to score really poorly, right? Because those factors aren't going to help you any. You don't have them. And so it's our view that sort of the system is self-regulating by the way that it works, and that it makes sense for them to move to the new typology. It puts them in a place that's more relative to who they are and what they are there. And so we'll recommend that you do this in the next, in the action meeting. Questions? Mr. Minshew.
Mr. Secretary, if the Thomas Jefferson PDC moves from the type.
The answer is no.
Well, it's going a different direction. If you take this out, there's only a few pockets of type area C left in the Commonwealth. If New River's gone, Thomas Jefferson's gone, you've got a little piece up by the Winchester metropolitan area, little pockets. I wonder, why wouldn't all those remaining area type C want to do exactly what Thomas Jefferson is doing and move to D? So functionally, we get rid of type area C. I mean, they're probably doing it because they're going to get more money.
They think they score better in the category that they're in, is why they want to stay, or if they don't think they score as well as they should, they'd like to be in another category. That's fine. As long as it wasn't extreme, then I think that's okay. But the answer is they may go away, but they're not going to go away today, and they're not going to go away in January. They may get redone.
It sounds like that the upside is that the economic development type weight figure is prioritized if you're in type area D.
Yeah, it is.
So that's why the type area Cs would like to go to D to get that priority.
They may or may not. But the point is, they get to ask for us to put them where they want to be. And within reason, I think that's okay. As I push through those same questions, because I haven't done this either. But I think it's okay. And at the end of the day, they want to get closest to the typology that solves their problems, right? They don't want to be they don't want to be focusing on congestion, obviously, if they don't have it, because they're not going to score well. But they do have need for safety and economic development, and obviously as you get in, there's more than just that in each typology. But will C go away? Well, the ones that are in C, if it works for them, then they won't. It's sort of all about what your local area needs. And they're just trying to massage it so that they're in the right spot. I think it's okay. Ms. Lawson.
Mr. Secretary, Brooke, what's the turnaround time on something like this? Somebody gives you an application and it's before us in a month, 2 months?
Mr. Lawson, we received this letter in September, or late September, early October.
Thank you.
Obviously, we got a round coming up, so that doesn't, are they in their typology now?
They are in currently type C for this round if we do not adopt this change.
But if we adopt this change, we'll go into the other type.
This coming round, yes.
No, I have to tell you, I hadn't been through this before and thought about it a lot, and I pushed on it a lot. and I came to the same conclusion. A number of times I've sort of talked about it, which is it's appropriate to be where you think the problems that you have are best addressed. And there's no good reason for you to go to some place that doesn't address them. And that's, at the end of the day, we want to address your problems. So it's appropriate to move them to the place that does that. And I think this is one of those cases. And again, I don't think you're going to ask to go somewhere where it doesn't address your problems, because then you're just shooting yourself in the head. That doesn't- I don't see any reason not to do it, and I see reason to do it. Hey, Ms. Jackson, thank you. The next item on the agenda is item number 9. Jennifer, Ms. Mayton, good afternoon, welcome. We're going to have a briefing on merit, DRPT.
I don't know if you guys can see me over the podium here. I am Jennifer Mayton. I am the Deputy Director for the Department of Rail and Public Transportation. And today I'm here to give you a high-level briefing of our merit program review. So we will dive right in. So we want to give you an overview of the timeline and our progress to date. I will also walk through a summary of findings and recommendations for both our operating and capital assistance programs. We will talk through the public comment that we received throughout this process and ultimately end with the recommendation from TSDAC as well as DRPT. So we'll start off just with a reminder of where this all began. So we have legislation that guides the review process. So we are required to provide 24.5% of the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund for operating costs for our transit providers. Every 3 years, we are required by code to look at the measures and look at their relative weights to make sure they are still working as intended. As part of our legislation and our code requirements, we are expected to do that in coordination with the TSDAC and do outreach with our stakeholders to make sure we understand how these changes will impact them, allowing for a 45-day comment period if we are recommending any changes. So when we started this review for this 3-year period, we had some very direct, guided policy considerations in mind that we were hoping to achieve. We wanted to make sure there were stronger, more meaningful emphasis on performance-based measures. We wanted to make sure that we were able to standardize our verification process for agency asset utilization and need. We wanted to make sure that we had incentives that promoted operational efficiency, route optimization, and good grants management practices. We wanted to make sure that we were developing metrics that would allow us to evaluate return on investment. And lastly, we wanted to incorporate nationwide best practices where appropriate, all with the goals of trying to remain best in class in our review, scoring, and award of our grant funds, as well as delivering the best value and outcome for our customers. We just want to remind everybody of the different bodies involved and their roles in this process. Obviously, there's a Commonwealth Transportation Board, which is all of you. You all set priorities and adopt policies specific to merit operating and capital prioritization. The TSDAC is required by code to coordinate with DRPT on recommendations and developing formula concepts specific to the operating assistance program. And then there's DRPT, our agency, that's responsible for the development of technical guidance and definitions for all implementation of both the operating and the capital programs. So we just wanted to remind everybody all of the work that we've done to date, just to bring you up to speed on where we are. So we started this process off in March of 2025 and briefed this body on the work that we were about to undertake. We have spent 10 months in earnest working very closely with the TSDAC and our stakeholders to highlight some of the challenges that currently exist with our current formula, which we'll talk a little bit about in this presentation. We came up with scenarios and strategies and some recommendations on ways that we thought we could mitigate and lessen some of those pain points, and we presented those as recommendations to the TSDAC. We put that out for public comment at the beginning of October. We received all that public comment back at the end of November and ultimately had our final TISDAC meeting on November 24th, where we shared the public comment and ultimately got their recommendation and proposed resolution that I will share with you all today. So let's talk a little bit about the operating assistance, where there are some challenges, where we think there are some opportunities, and where we think there are some benefits if we implement some changes. So the current formula is very input heavy. It's very focused on operating costs. 50% of the sizing aspect of the formula is focused on operating costs. We felt like that was too high of a level because it's so input focused. One of the things that currently we struggle with as an agency and some challenges that we found with the current formula is that we had an agency, and we've seen this play out, where an agency has lowered their costs but been able to maintain high levels of service delivery, and ultimately them being more efficient and lowering their costs led to them ending up with lower allocations in future years.
So it's important to note, excuse me, Ms. Mate, it's important to note that we don't control any of the budgets that this relates to, right? So if you were an operator and you wanted to say, I'm going to give one of my companies some love based on how big their budget is, as long as you're controlling their budget size, maybe that's defensible. Maybe that's okay. Everybody gets the same amount per head for a holiday party or whatever it might be, right? But when you don't control the budget and it's just fund the percent, or that your budget is 50% of your score no matter what, and to Ms. Maton's point, so you've got somebody that's hard charging in there and they make the place more efficient, doing the same stuff and shrink their budget, we penalize them. We don't really like that so much. Now, is it important when you got all these operating entities, these transit systems that have staff and have facilities and have what they have? I mean, is it important that you have some concept of how big they are? And, because the bigger you are, then you have different needs than smaller ones. Is it important? Absolutely. But you see the sort of problems there. So that's what we're trying to get at. Keep going, Ms. Maynard.
So one of the other complexities with the current formula is that it is based on trend analysis for performance. Trend analysis for performance is really tricky, and it's very complicated, and it's very difficult for our transit agencies to understand what they need to do to be able to influence their outcomes so that they can then evaluate whether they can get more allocations in the future. So I'll give you another example where this just has not played out the way you would anticipate. So we have had transit agencies that are operating at an absolute performance much higher than the statewide average. However, the trend analysis compares them to themselves. So let's say they drop just slightly and their trend goes down, but they're still doing way better than most of the other transit agencies in the Commonwealth. Because their trend line started to dip down, they will lose money the next year in their allocation. Again, I don't think that's what we're hoping to incentivize, and so that's one of the things that we looked at as a problem with the current formula, and we have some recommendations on how we think we can solve that. One of the other aspects of the current formula is that there is a 30% cap. When agencies hit that 30% cap, monies that have not been allocated roll back into the program and then have to be reallocated, and that redistribution process does unfortunately undermine the performance aspects of the program. So where somebody might have gotten dinged because their performance is not where we would expect it to be, when we start pulling money back into the program, funneling it back in, and do that redistribution, it really negates those penalties for poor performance and really kind of undermines that. The other piece of this is that multi-factor trend adjustment really creates unpredictability and causes wild swings and variability in our year-to-year allocations to our transit providers, which makes it difficult for them to be able to plan from year to year. And lastly, for all the reasons I've stated so far, we feel like the program structure lacks transparency and is not consistently rewarding efficiency. Over the last 10 months, we've worked with our staff and our consultants and the TISDAC and stakeholders to come up with recommendations that we think would help resolve some of these challenges that I've highlighted for you all. The first part of that was we looked at rebalancing the sizing metric. So we went from 50% of the sizing part of the formula being operating cost, and we lowered that down to 35%, understanding that sizing still matters. Like Secretary pointed out, it is a proxy for service delivery type. It is a proxy for cost of living. All of our transit providers are not created equal, and they serve different customers in different parts of Virginia. So operating cost helps us account for that. But we wanted to be more outcome focused. So we really wanted to focus on ridership and vehicle revenue hours. And it's those return on investment ideals that we want to look at service delivery more and less on the amount of money that they're putting into their service. We want to see what they're giving us for that money. We also wanted to have a dedicated performance set aside, where instead of using trends, so that elimination of that trend, because it's confusing and it's hard for people to understand, we would go to direct performance, and we would really look at like a single year of performance and absolute values, which is much easier for a transit agency to understand. If you're doing well compared to the statewide average, then you're going to be rewarded for that, since we're looking at absolute performance, not trends. And then lastly, we wanted to limit the number of redistribution cycles so that that performance doesn't get diluted and diminished when agencies reach their 30% cap. So in all, with these recommended changes, we think the benefits are that it makes the formula much more outcome focused, less input focused. It allows us to have direct performance, which aligns with CTP goals. We feel like it improves predictability, which is important for our transit agencies. It rewards people that are doing more with the money that we are giving them. And then lastly, we feel like it creates a stable framework for our transit agencies to depend and rely on. We do recognize, though, there are additional data sets and opportunities for us to gather additional information for PMT and mode level information and data that could continue to enhance and benefit this formula. We don't have all those tools right now. So that being said, there are some alternate considerations that we have out there that we wanted to share with you all. And we think as the agency continues this 3-year review process, there are opportunities for us to continue to gather additional data points so that we can look at the way we allocate money in a different way. We have heard from stakeholders that there's opportunities for us to allocate funding by mode. So as I've stated before, all modes of transportation are not created equal. We have providers that do fixed route. We have providers that do commuter bus. They're serving very different customers for very different reasons. And so right now our formula looks at everybody, no matter what type of mode of delivery you provide. It looks at them all under the same formula. So there are opportunities to stratify the funding and award it by mode type. We just would need to work more on that and get additional data to be able to do that.
Ms. Sellers?
Before you leave this slide, have you, and I haven't seen it, but does it align to the statewide plan, transportation plan? And then I'm going to have a follow-up.
Yeah, so I think this is where it does align, but I think this is where the challenges in separating things out by transit agency type or by mode is where's the cutoff, right? Because we're going to have to set cutoffs based on your size, and then we'll have to determine how much funding gets allocated to each tier.
So just something to consider with it is maybe attaching it to that statewide plan, similar to what we do with different road projects, and then looking at either the regional network or the corridor of statewide significance that it says it's improving. So thinking of commuter services coming out of the Fredericksburg region and going to Northern Virginia, those commuter services are going to look a lot different than your fixed route or your intercity bus lines. Same with going out towards Loudoun, because the goal is to get as many people into the city to alleviate some of the congestion on 66 and 95. And, you know, there's a big concern that those are going to be disadvantaged. And they provide a huge service. I rode on one of them for several years going to the Pentagon. They're always full. And we paid our way, even through COVID. But then the other thing is then it gets at these providers who are providing duplicative services. And you do see those where you will stand there and you will watch this agency, this agency, this agency all stop at the same route. And so it's forcing these agencies to collaborate a little bit more to achieve the goals and expectations of the statewide transportation plan instead of achieve the goals of whatever it is that they're going for, but to show that state money needs to come in and work towards achieving that plan, if that makes sense. Rather than just do it by mode and transit agency type, then you really get down to the state plan and we can start to have those conversations of, do we really need 5 providers providing the same service along Route 1? You know, so just something to consider. It might be a little easier, to get some data on that, because then they have to show us what they're doing instead of how many people they're serving.
Listen, the biggest problem that we have in this whole process is we don't have the right data. We don't have the right data. So when you look at local, regular sort of transit, I'll call it, we don't have the data we need to really dig down into that and see whether it makes sense or not. And so, you know, it was sort of easy with VRE, for example. Their data is pretty clear, right? And we changed them out of our funding formula. We changed them because they were different. And we could sort of get our arms around that. But they had good, clean data as well. They could tell us, you know, because it was pretty much, they get on here, they get off there, this is how many people ride, and it was just easier to do. But, you know, we're not finished yet. We still got some work to do here.
I think that's why, you know, the recommendation would be to pull it back to the statewide plan, and instead of looking at the operating costs that are going to vary by agency and the collecting, we start to look at, okay, how many services and how many providers are we funding that are targeting and going after the same objective?
And that's a different, I mean, that shouldn't happen regardless of what you've, I understand that, but I mean, one system or another doesn't obviate that from getting rid of. Just hang it on as one of the other things. You can't be duplicative. If you're duplicative, we're not going to fund you. Right.
But we do. So I'm just throwing it out there as a way to kind of bring it back and say this is a statewide focus. You know, I'm sorry that your operating costs are higher or whatever it may be.
But it doesn't, you know, if you're in a rural area and you got to get somebody from A to B, and it's a long way and you don't have any people, your cost per person is going to be higher. It just is. And so you've got to take those things into consideration. And that's why we have these buckets we put people into.
But then they would be going after different objectives in the statewide plan in VJ. They would be going after providing accessibility or something else, like something that they would be telling us that they're providing a different objective.
But the point is, you got to have a formula that gives them the money. What's the formula going to do? That's what we're trying to get at. We're trying to how to get these people to be as efficient as they can while recognizing what they have to operate, the environment in which they operate. That's what we're trying to get to. I don't disagree with what you're saying. That's what we're trying to get to. Continue, Ms. Maton.
Thank you. So I think at the end of the day, all of these other things have validity and value, but again, we don't have the data currently to be able to use them in this current review of the formula to make recommendations. But that being said, we do feel like it's important that DRPT start to gather this information. So we do have an RFP that is out. We are going to look to hire a consultant to help us identify the different forms of data that are out there and the best ways to collect that data so we can use it going forward. We're going to switch gears now, and we're going to talk about the capital assistance program. The capital assistance program, kind of same issues. We found there are issues, and we had some recommendations to correct those challenges. So on the capital assistance side, we found there are some projects that don't fit neatly into existing categories or scoring methodologies. We have applicants that come in for tools or spare parts, and these are things they need to maintain state of good repair. But the way the formula is set up, it doesn't easily fit them into buckets. And so we have some ideas on how to resolve that. Vehicle expansions are also handled differently depending on the number of revenue vehicles the applicant's asking for. We felt like that just creates confusion for our grantees and makes it harder to administer the program. And then lastly, we had incentive scoring on the capital side that just really didn't make sense any longer. It was completely underutilized and no longer aligned with federal priorities. So that being said, we had a few updates and recommendations that we wanted to make. So we were going to add new subcategories for state of good repair so that those projects really fit into a nice, neat bucket that we can evaluate and evaluate them all the same way. We also were going to add new subcategories for major projects, and those are projects over $3 million. Again, helps with transparency and makes it really clear to our grantees how they're going to be evaluated. We also recommended redefining the vehicle expansion project under one methodology, so we would treat all applications for revenue vehicles the same way. You'd have the same match components, and again, make it easier on our grant applicants to understand what they're applying for. And lastly, we would eliminate underutilized incentives that no longer get applications. We did an evaluation of all the applications we've received and looked at how many applied under different incentive scoring points, and there were several that weren't being utilized at all any longer. And so we would do away with those, but replace them with incentives that really support good grants management. We want to make sure we're rewarding our grantees that are using the monies that we've already awarded to them well and managing their projects well before we give them new money. So all in all, we feel like the benefits of these proposed changes and recommendations would allow us to better align our scoring methodology with the actual types of projects we're receiving. It would formalize existing DRPT processes for transparency and just to make the process more transparent and easier for the grantees. It would simplify methodologies for our vehicle expansion projects so there would no longer be confusion there. And lastly, it would incentivize agencies to have good grants management practices, which we want to incentivize. So we wanted to share with this body the public comments that we received on these recommended changes so that you all could know where we stood on that. And then ultimately, we will share with you the TSDAC's recommendation and resolution for this body. So in the public comments, we only received 13 comments. The vast majority we received on the very last day of public comment. The first grouping from our small rurals and small urbans, we received some positive feedback. They said this really fits our service model. These things would help us and help set up some cost control priorities. So we were happy to hear that type of feedback from our transit providers. There was another group where we heard, we're still not sure. We've got some questions. We don't quite understand how the current formula works because it's a little complicated. So what does that really mean for us? And so we answered those questions, and they're in that category of clarification and data. But then we heard from a number of agencies in that Northern Virginia area that felt like there was some concerns with the process and the timing. They really wanted additional time to really understand how the proposed changes would impact them, how it would impact their funding, so that they had time to be more, proactive in how they would gather additional funding sources or make changes to their performance metrics to position themselves better for allocations in future years. We did hear from VACO. So VACO reached out and said that there were some concerns that if some of our transit providers lost funding, there was concerns that the local governments in those regions would have to fill the gap. And so they wanted a little more time to understand the recommendations and how it would impact them. And then lastly, we had very strong opposition from OmniRide. They felt like that there was opportunities to have more operators involved in concept development and the recommendations as a whole, and felt like overall the policy goals were unclear. So we shared all of this information with the TSDAC and made sure they understood where our stakeholders stood. And ultimately, the TSDAC came back on the 24th with this resolution for this body. So the Transit Service Delivery Advisory Committee, in order to provide a full evaluation of proposed adjustments in the merit operating and capital programs, requests that the Commonwealth Transportation Board delay consideration of any changes to the merit program until no later than June 30th, 2026, so that TSDAC has the opportunity to review and comment on any proposed revisions. In their comments during that meeting, they did want to highlight that they were appreciative and commended DRPT leadership and staff and consultants for all of the analysis and outreach that had gone in to the process over the last 10 months. They also wanted to highlight that it was their desire, and they wanted that conveyed to this body, that they vote and move forward recommendations as a package, so both operating and capital. I did mention this in the legislative slide, but in code, TSDAC is only by code required to participate in the operating assistance piece of the formula. However, in the spirit of collaboration and transparency, we did want to work with them on the capital side, so we shared the capital recommendations with them. And again, they asked if they could vote on everything as a package. So with that being said, we wanted to be respectful of
Ms. Maiden, before you go to that.
Sure.
Ms. Robinson, can you sort of explain the timeline of the process we've been through when we started and where we are today, and sort of what we've done to get here?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Jennifer. You're doing a great job. If we could put the slides back to slide 7, that's a little bit helpful in this timeline, because Jennifer mentioned in her summarizing that we started with the presentation in March of this year to the Rail and Transit Subcommittee here at CTB.
7, please. Next slide. There you go.
Thank you. Announcing the kickoff and giving kind of an overview of our merit operating and capital assistance formula. We then met with the TSDAC shortly thereafter, a week or two after, in April. Did the same thing, walked through the current formula, talked about some of the challenges and our policy goals. You can see on this slide that we met with the TSDAC in May, July, August, September, October, and November. In between those meetings, our team, our DRPT expert staff who have implemented this program and suggested policy changes throughout the years, worked very closely with a team of consultants. Some of the consultants were the same ones who worked on this program back in 2018 when the legislature mandated that this formula become performance-based. Back in 2018, that was a time when these stakeholders worked with the TSDAC and our DRPT staff to actually develop a performance-based formula. This 3-year review that our team is responsible for was meant to be an enhancement, a tweak to improve based on the fact that the needs in transit were growing, but our funding, our mandated funding from the General Assembly has not increased, and we wanted to make sure that our dollars were going as far as possible to serve as many customers as possible. And to do that, we wanted to incentivize efficient cost of operations. So this has been our process. We met with VACO, VML, Virginia Transit Association. In between all of the TSDAC meetings, our team had multiple stakeholder meetings. We met with PRTC and OmniRide specifically. Along the way, I'm missing some of the meetings because there have been a lot of them over the last 10 months. So it was a little bit frustrating to hear that the members of the TSDAC wished for more time and more transparency in the process. We felt we had done as much as we possibly could, and we did get a lot of feedback that these were policy recommendations that were long overdue. That's exact language that came in some of our public comments. So we're happy for that. It has been a good opportunity to work with our partners and our stakeholders, and you'll see in our upcoming recommendation that we hope that this work will continue and that we will land in a really good place that builds upon the work that our team has done over the last 10 months.
Thank you. Ms. Maiden?
I will fast forward.
Well, let me address these last couple slides, and I'm going to truncate this. If you went out and asked any of the transit providers, I shouldn't say any, but most of them, probably all of them, how the current formula works and to explain the vagaries of it, you would not get an answer that would be accurate, right? Because it's a little bit involved. And that's what we found out during the process. Many of them don't really understand how it works now. But whenever you change anything, right? Then all of a sudden, the world's coming to an end, and I need to understand everything. And listen, I get that. I've been in that boat before. And so we've done a lot of work. The intriguing part to me is, one of the neat things about this job is working with different kinds of agencies. And agencies are sort of like people and their dogs, right? The people that work in agencies, they're often committed to the work of the agency. They're not just working there, they're passionate about what they do, right? And transit people and transit agencies are professional transit people in many cases. That's what they do. That's what they like, that's what they're involved in. And certainly at DRPT, there's a lot of that, right? It's not just an accountant, or it's not just a PA, they're transit people. And between our consultants and our transit staff, that's who's driven all this, right? It reminds me a little bit of the transformation of the DMV, where we didn't go tell them what to do. We helped them figure out what they needed to do, and then they figured out what the answers were, and then we helped them implement them. And so this has come out of the transit staff and out of the transit consultants. And yet, because there's change, and I don't know, and listen, if the number stays the same at the top, and you rearrange what people are going to get, there are going to be some people who are going to get more, and there's some people who get less, and nobody wants to get less. And that's sort of where we are. And so there's a lot more question now than probably there should be, but I mean, I get it, and I'd want to know too. To me, it's sort of are we moving at business and people time, or are we moving at government time? And a little bit is we're moving at government time. Having said that, listen, there's lots of legitimate interest here. There's lots of legitimate concern. And so I didn't want to sort of push this. Listen, I think where they are is better than where we were today. And I think it's really good work. And do I think it can get better? Absolutely. Should this continue to iterate? Absolutely. But the transit professionals in our own shop and the consultants would say this is a big improvement. That's what they would tell you, right? This isn't the administration coming along and putting some sort of stamp on this. This has come up from our group. And they're all in, right? Unless the director's not telling me the truth, which I don't think is the case.
Mr. Secretary, we also have many of our expert DRPT transit staff and consultants here today in case there were questions. So I think that shows you their support.
Well, I mean, to me, that's important, right? And so my decision, if you will, was we're not going to ask you to, even though we think there's been plenty of sessions, there's plenty of information, we've answered the questions we believe, I understand all that. But Northern Virginia has become Northern Virginia, and they're lobbying each other to drag to say, no, let's take more time. And okay, so be it. So take more time. What I would ask this board to do is not to let this thing go. And I wouldn't recommend we wait till June. I'd say we talk about it in April and do it in May. I say we because I won't be here, you. But frankly, what we want to do is answer all the questions, do the hard work, come up with a recommendation, and move on. That's what we want to do. And delay is not the answer. Now, this isn't a huge delay. It's, 6 months. I don't think we need that, but I also didn't want to push it through right at the end of the administration. I want to give people an opportunity to make sure they got heard, make sure they're at the table, make sure we get the best we can get. Listen, this is about getting the best we can get. This isn't about somebody winning, somebody losing. It's about the Commonwealth and the citizens of the Commonwealth winning. And to Laura's part, it's complicated, right? It's complicated how to get there. So our recommendation is going to be we give some more time. I'll probably ask you to look at do we have a resolution at all on this?
We were going to present a resolution in January, but these next two slides outline what will be included in
And
that
I'm probably
resolution.
going to ask you to push that up a little bit. Let's keep the thing moving. We're finished. I mean, we're finished, right? Okay, so does it take 6 months from now? I don't think so. So we're going to give more time. That's what the folks asked for, and then y'all should take some action. Ms. Dunlop.
Well, Mr. Secretary, I very seldom disagree with you. But I think this is outstanding. I mean, I was looking for this from the day I joined this board. How do you reward people who are doing great work? How do you make sure that people who are serving the citizenry well are not being penalized by doing so? I think we should take action on this. I would say today in our action meeting, but I'd be willing to say in January. Listen, you can make a decision today, you can make a decision in January. If you need to make modifications, you can do that in the future. But I think we ought to get moving on this. This is great. And coming from a rural area where we have people who do more with less, I say, I'm for action as soon as possible, not waiting until May and certainly not waiting until June. If we can do this today, I think we should do it and move forward and let all these people who have been involved in the process for the last 10 months and probably longer informally take the time, as soon as this is passed and made policy, to begin to implement it. And then if they have further changes in the future, they can come back to this outstanding team who's done this great work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Sellers?
I don't agree. I would like a little more time, so I'm happy to hear this because I am concerned of the impacts it's going to have to the commuter bus services coming out of Prince William, Spotsy, Stafford, and Loudoun County. And those commuter services were not available before the extension of the hot lanes. They were not there. They were not there when I was on PRTC, but I took them. They are full. Every single bus is full. And the potential that these could go away, which is what I'm hearing, means that more vehicles will be on 95, more vehicles will be on I-66, because there are no alternatives. We don't have the metro coming down 95 past Springfield. So these commuter buses fill a gap. So, and we are more rural areas.
Do you
I
really,
know.
Ms. Sellers, do you really think this formula is going to put these commuter bus services out of business? Is that what you're
I
suggesting?
think they're going to raise the prices to where it will price people out of them. I mean, they're already.
I think you're
they've
listening
been
to a bunch
raised-
of nonsense hyperbole. That's
Well,
what I think.
I was on these services and the price raised every year.
That's
So
not my
they
point.
raised.
That's not about that. This is about what does this formula do? That's what it's about, right? The rest of it's not germane to this. This is about distributing a fixed amount of money, and how do you distribute it, right?
I hear ya. I hear ya. I'm not disagreeing with you.
But the rest of the money that funds them is not relevant to what we're doing here. What we can do is, I mean, if you're telling me the price goes up, everybody's price goes up. If it gets to the point where people can't pay it, that's all, or your price elasticity is out of bounds, and that's a problem.
But it impacts the execution of this statewide plan, where
All
we
of it
say.
does. All of it does.
This is what we want, and we're saying we want to reduce congestion, and doing this will revert, we will go back. We will go back to what it was 5 years ago, 10
I
years ago.
disagree.
Where you just sit in traffic.
Come on.
And these are really, really reliable programs, again, that are full. These are full buses that go up and down the highway every day.
Does this program, as we ran the numbers and looked at the impacts, what commuter programs in Northern Virginia does this put out of business?
I can't say that it puts any out of business. I know PRTC and OmniRide had significant concerns about the potential loss. Now, I will say, we did try to highlight for the transit agencies that the numbers that we presented in our scenarios were historical. So they were not forward-looking, they were not forecast for what they would get in the future, because obviously their performance data has changed. And quite frankly, PRTC and others have experienced increased ridership due to the federal return to work. So we expect that they would actually perform better in the formula than our historical numbers showed. But trying to get people to understand that, because sometimes when you see a number and you see it's gone down, there's a reaction to that. And we did try to remind people, again, historical data, that data will change, and this wasn't meant to be implemented until FY28 either.
Well, listen, nobody wants to put a good-performing transit system out of business or to hurt them. Nobody wants to do that. I disagree that this does that. I think a lot of this is hyperbole. I think it's classic. I've seen it over and over and over again. And there's going to be winners and losers if the number at the top does not change and you change the formula. And all the losers are going to complain, and all the winners are going to, some are going to say great, some are going to be quiet. And that's the way it works. It works that way every single time. The question is not whether people complain or not. The question goes to your point, which is it in concert with what we're trying to accomplish, and does it do that or not? And it should do that. And so I don't believe that it does what you suggest. But if it did, I wouldn't like it. All right? I wouldn't like it. Now, if their budget gets cut by 1.5% and the sky's falling down, the sky isn't falling down, folks, and there are other people in this country, there are other people in this state that aren't there. They're in other places, and they deserve the same fair shake as everybody else. And there's only so much money, and this is about putting the money where we get the best return and making people be as efficient as we can get them to be so that there's more that we can provide. We want more of this, not less of this. We just don't want to do it inefficiently. So this is an attempt, and albeit because there are questions like Ms. Sellers has and others, Ms. Dunlop, I'm going to have to disagree with you, and I made a judgment that we're going to give people more time so they can get a little bit more comfortable. But at some point, we got to move on. And we've answered the questions, we've showed the data, we've had dozens of meetings. It's not unlike the smart skill stuff we went through, right? And at some point, you got to make a decision and move on. And this board to kick the can because somebody doesn't like it, that's not the way it should work. So I think it's a reasonable solution, compromise, if you will. I mean, this is real stuff, and it has real impacts, and we take it seriously. And we're not trying to hurt anybody. We're just trying to make sure that the citizens get the biggest bang out of this pot of money that they can get. It's that simple. And so, to Ms. Sellers' point and the TISDAC's point, it's mostly been Northern Virginia, but others, and they say, give us a little bit more time. Okay. This board is going to make the decision, right? This board is going to decide, and I would tell you not to continue to wait and wait and wait, but if you give them 3 or 4 more months, I think that's okay, and then you can say, hey, we gave you the time. What other questions do you have? That's a reasonable thing, and the world's not going to go south while we wait. But at some point, waiting and waiting and waiting, it's got to stop. Ms.
Mr.
Rollins.
Secretary, just one more comment for the record. I wanted this body to remember that our operating assistance has a 30% cap. So we can only pay up to 30% of any agency's operating budget. And that's important because on average, less than 3% change that we saw to a handful of agencies under our new proposed formulas, certainly not going to put any agency out of business. It's a 1 or 2% change to a 30% of their allocation for operating assistance. So I just wanted to kind of put that context out there.
Okay. Ms. Laird.
I would like to see, if possible, we set a date to allow for implementation July the 1st. So whatever we got to back into, so it will start July the 1st.
That actually is in line with our recommendation. Maybe we could let Jennifer kind of walk through the recommendation that we were going to put on the table for you to consider and bring it back in an action item in January.
I don't like May, June. I like April, May. That's me. I won't be here. Jennifer.
Yeah, so we didn't want to lose the momentum we've gained over the last 10 months, and we do wholeheartedly believe in the work that we've done. But we did want to be respectful of TISDAC and the public comment that we received. So we were recommending that we would delay, but with that in mind, we would come back to this board by May of 2026 to workshop those recommendations with a action meeting in June of 2026. So this could be implemented by July, but I guess I should
The
take a step back.
resolution's going to say, Ms. Mayton, the resolution's going to say that we're going to offer is going to say, we'll come back to you with an update in April, and we'll come back for a vote in May. That's what the resolution's going to say.
Yeah, I do want to add, I spoke to this in the legislative piece, but any change, once it's approved, does need 6 months before it can be implemented. So there is that time delay so that we can work with our transit agencies, make sure they're fully aware of the changes and how they'd be impacted.
Listen, nobody wants to rush this so that you don't get it right, or people aren't informed, or you can't answer their questions. But at some point, when you've done all that, it's time to move. And like, that's just life. I'm sorry. But, you know, what we want to be is fulsome. We want to get as much input that's responsible and reasonable to get. We want to give everybody an opportunity. We want to answer their questions as fully as we can answer them. We want to work collaboratively with all these people, but then this board has got to make a decision that reflects what they believe is the best interest of the citizens of the Commonwealth. And I think we're in a really great place, and maybe we'll find out how to make it, tweak it just a little bit more and make it better, and maybe we won't. But at some point, you know, when the staff is convinced and they're on board, and the consultants are convinced and they're on board, and everybody's been briefed a lot, then we're gonna make a decision. And our resolution is gonna say, rebrief in April, make action in May.
And Mr. Secretary, I'll let Jennifer go through the last slide, but I think that these guidelines for a resolution to continue the work are important so that it protects the work that's been done over the last 10 months.
Yeah, so as part of our recommendation, we are asking this body to adopt in the resolution that the recommendations that are put forward in either April or May would be more outcome-focused and less input-focused, that it would have direct performance, so that absolute performance component. It would incentivize cost efficiency and reward agencies that are giving us better return on investment, and provide that stable framework that we're looking for to where we can build upon it and grow once we have additional data points like PMT and other tools to continue to enhance the work we've already started.
Listen, we have a recommendation, right? Here's the new formula. Here's what it is. We'll give people more time to look at it. It was based on these things. We're not going off of those things. We're not moving away from those things, but what we already have is based on those things. We'll give folks more time to look at it and have more conversation and have more questions and answers. And then we're going to bring those back with any tweaks that the staff recommends. Tweaks should be in concert with that. And then then you should take a vote, be briefed on it and take a vote. That's what the resolution's going to say.
That is the end of our presentation. I know we've had a lot of conversation around this, but we are opening it up to questions, and we also have our technical team in the back if there's any detailed technical questions that you all have.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well done. The next item on the agenda is item number 11. It's the Shenandoah Valley Rail Trail update. Mr. Lawson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the
Good afternoon.
board. Glad to be back in front of you, even though I'm sure you are looking at your clock and saying, I want to go. But I'm happy to be here today to kind of talk a little bit about the Shenandoah Valley Rail Trail. Obviously, this has been a topic of discussion for quite some time, so I'm going to just spend a very brief moment with just a little bit of background, and then I want to talk about a path forward.
Your slides are coming, John. Just go.
So, as you all know, there's been quite a lot of interest in developing a trail on the Norfolk Southern Corridor in the Shenandoah Valley. This runs from Broadway in Rockingham County to Front Royal in the county of Warren. The General Assembly kind of stepped in 2021 and asked that a feasibility study be done to look at the conversion of rails to trail on that corridor. And that was done. The effort was led by Department of Conservation and Recreation, and VDOT provided some assistance and input into that report, and that report was published in 2021. What came out of that, was a public survey and a lot of outreach, and that found that there was a lot of interest. There was widespread interest in that project. This is just a graphic to kind of give you a point of reference of where the trail is for those that may not be familiar, but you can see Broadway on the bottom left and how it moves northward, kind of paralleling 81 to Strasburg, and then east to over to Front Royal. The General Assembly provided funding for the development of trails. They put up $103 million, and they later stipulated that up to $35 million of that money should be used to, for the purpose of land acquisition, planning, and site development related to the Shenandoah Valley Rail Trail. But they went a step further and said that the efforts associated with this shall not preclude options that would maintain the rail transportation in the corridor. So to address that, VDOT conducted a study to look at not just a rail-to-trail option, but an alternative of what it would be like to continue to preserve the rail corridor. So you have heard discussion about this. We've been working on this for the best part of this year. The alternatives analysis was completed in March. Its purpose was to evaluate and identify the typical sections of what a rail with trail alternative would look like. Phase 2, the corridor assessment was completed in September, which provided more detail and included some field evaluation around the track and the structure conditions, and to talk some public outreach. And then the findings, the assessment findings were presented in November, and with developed cost estimates and documentation around those assessments. Today, what I want to present to you is an option to move this forward. These recommendations, and these are not recommendations from the assessment. These are recommendations I'm bringing to you today. Would be to advance the trail and preserve the railroad corridor for future rail service. As you all know, the corridor currently doesn't have rail service, and there would be a significant amount of infrastructure upgrades to reintroduce that service. But if you don't retain the trackage in that corridor, then you don't have anything to rebuild. With this consideration, we believe that VPRA is better positioned to manage this project than VDOT. So we are proposing that we would transfer the project and the funding to VPRA to manage. VPRA then, in turn, would partner with the Shenandoah Valley Battlefield Foundation, and I'm just going to refer to foundation as I move forward, to execute the development of the trail. And that this approach that I'm talking about is consistent with the feasibility study from 2021, which identified the involvement of a state agency or some regionally sponsored nonprofit. I'm going to speak to the parties just for a minute, just so you understand. I think you clearly know who VPRA is, but I wanted to just touch on that as well as the foundation. VPRA is charged with and is responsible for promoting, sustaining, and expanding the availability of passenger and commuter rail service in the Commonwealth. They certainly have worked with railroad owners and operators in the past and are well positioned to look at this corridor both now and in the future to be able to run potentially excursion service or some other type of passenger service in the future if it became feasible at that time. Foundation is really uniquely situated to be this managing partner. The Shenandoah Valley Battlefields National Historic District was established by Congress in 1996. The foundation was formed to serve as the lead managing partner of the district. The foundation is also charged to investigate the establishment of a Shenandoah Valley Battlefields National Historic District walking trail. And as some of oversight perspective of it is, this Foundation. The governor or his representative serves on this board. The way we see this working is the foundation would be the purchaser of the corridor. They would have the right to restore rail infrastructure, to introduce excursion service, and explore potential freight rail. VPRA would have the right to introduce commuter or intercity passenger rail service in the future. And VPRA would serve as the state party to facilitate acquisition of the corridor from Norfolk Southern, and would then, and also then in turn, provide funding available above what is needed for the acquisition for the development of the trail. And that's important. The money is only for development of the trail. They would not be able to use the funding that the Commonwealth is providing for rail restoration.
Ms. Sellers?
Would VPRA be purchasing the land? Who would be owning the land?
We are looking for the foundation to acquire.
I think if you finish, I think it's in here. Is it in here, John?
Yes. In fact, that was the very first bullet on the page.
Okay, so then all the land within that would no longer be taxable to the locality?
It's not going to be taxable if it goes to a nonprofit.
Right, or if it's with VPRA?
Or the Commonwealth.
Or the Commonwealth. It's all nonprofit. Keep going, Mr. Lawson.
So in general, VPRA and the foundation agree in concept with how this could work. And they have been working on a term sheet to kind of memorialize where they want to go. Key to this are the transactional goals that the Commonwealth wants to make sure we protect and we get out of such an arrangement. First, it would be to help the foundation acquire the railroad corridor. We would then supply them with any residual funding above the estimated $23 million to acquire the corridor, to be able to use it for the trail design and construction. Again, trail only, not rail. It would limit our contribution to the $35 million that has been identified for that by the General Assembly. We do actually have about $4 million earmark that would also go toward this. It also protects the Commonwealth from the liabilities and responsibilities that come from being a direct owner. And I think that is very important as we look at this long-term, is that we avoid that risk and responsibility. It would preserve the corridor for future railroad use and allow, at least give VPRA the right to run some form of commuter or passenger service in the future if demand so called for it. As part of this arrangement, we would look to see the railroad assets preserved in basically the condition they're in, at least, not allowed to deteriorate further. And we would have the option to acquire, and I say acquire, not clawback, because we're not buying it initially and giving it to them. But we would have the ability to get it back from them in the case that the foundation is not able to or doesn't fulfill its duty to design and construct a trail corridor in a timely manner. So again, I'm reiterating this point. The foundation would be the purchaser of the corridor. VPRA would have the right to introduce passenger service, and VPRA would serve, I'm going the wrong way, I apologize. Let's go forward. Commonwealth's duties and rights. Again, $23 million for the corridor acquisition, with the residual funding going toward rail development and construction. The rights that the Commonwealth would retain or preserve would be the review and approval of trail designs, the rehab, to be able to rehab and introduce commuter and/or passenger service, they would consent in any abandonment proceedings. Again, another important item. The foundation would not be able to abandon the rail corridor without VPRA's consent. And again, be able to take possession of the property if the foundation were to default on their obligations.
Mr. Lawson, I'm not a rail expert, but let me say one thing. When you go, abandonment is a railroad legal term, I guess. When you go through abandonment, as I understand it, other operators, so Norfolk Southern owns it today, if they abandon the line, then another operator can come in and take that line over, and there's a process for doing that. And obviously, we want a trail here. That's our primary goal. But we also want to see if rail could work there, particularly excursion rail or something along those lines, or even could freight rail work there. And if you abandon the line and somebody else comes in and takes it, you got nothing, right? So that's an important part of this process, I think. Now, is that likely? I don't know that it's likely, but out there, and somebody might try to do some of that. There's been some suggestion of that. So that's what it means by abandonment, right? It's a technical railroad term.
So the foundation's duties and rights, okay, obviously fit in with that. They would have the duty to purchase the property. They would have to satisfy the Surface Transportation Board approvals. They would design and construct the trail. We would require them to submit annual reports to the Secretary of Transportation on progress made, to maintain the railroad assets in generally equal or better condition to what they take it over from. Again, refrain from abandonment proceedings unless VPRA approves. And they would have the right to rehab the rail and introduce excursion service. And they have the right to explore the opportunity and feasibility of freight rail. Next comment, so next steps. The VPRA board will meet next week on the 16th. And as they are intending at that meeting to authorize DJ Statler to revise the VPRA budget to accept the funds from the Commonwealth and to then provide the money to the foundation for this effort. And following that, at the January CTB meeting, we would seek your approval to transfer the unspent funds related to the Shenandoah Valley Rail Trail to VPRA and to approve the approval of an MOA with VPRA concerning the use of the funds. I'm happy to take some questions. DJ is also here if he can provide some technical rail information.
Questions or comments? Ms. Stant?
Yeah. I didn't see any description of the costs expected for this project. You said these studies were done. Were there cost studies done?
They're out there, and I think there was 178. What was the trail cost? They're out there. They're published.
The conversion, the rail to trail conversion is in the 160, 170 range.
70-something.
And the rail with trail is it's a little more than double that.
Double that. But let me say this. One of the problems that we've had, and we will continue to have, is that when VDOT looks at trails, they look at trails according to the stuff that they do, right? We have manuals, we have procedures, we have ways that we do things, right? If DCR looked at the same trail, or even better, some nonprofit that doesn't have those same things looked at the same trail, they'd build it really differently and it'd cost a lot different money. And so whether it's 180 million or it's 350 million, I don't know what to say about all that, right? They're high numbers. And so at the end of the day, what the administration is recommending is that we want a trail, the legislature has given us $35 million and said, go forth and conquer, and don't eliminate a trail with rail from your thought process. Okay? A lot of people don't think that the rail will work economically. It's not able to work. Freight rail won't work, excursion rail won't work, no rail will work. Some people think that. Freight rail works, excursion rail works different places, and maybe it will, maybe it won't. The Battlefields Foundation is federally chartered, is a group that's been around for a while, has a good track record of success. And part of their charter goes to maintaining trails and rails in Virginia, and they're adjacent to it. And so the concept is we're going to let them work with the community and stakeholders to build the trail. And we'll start down that road. And if they can figure out how to get rail there by raising enough money or having enough of an economic case, then it perhaps will happen. And if they can't, it won't happen. But we'll still do the trail. And at some point, you might just say, okay, we're just going to go on the trail bed and we're going to go to abandonment and we're going to take our risk and go on. That could happen. But it sort of allows that opportunity to see if they can perform. And if they can't, then we still get a good trail. And if they do something untoward or bad, we can take it back. That's sort of the process. That's sort of the concept. They think they can do it. They've got backers and people that are trying to help them. But if they don't, we don't think we lose a lot, and the risk is low because we can take it back if they default, don't do something right. And in the meantime, we sort of honor the economic concept that there's more economics there than just a trail only, or there's potentially more, and we're going to let them explore it. Not using our money, zero of our money. Our money will go to acquiring the rail, which has already been negotiated with Norfolk Southern, more or less, and then starting the process of building trail. Yeah.
This organization, this Shenandoah, do they have their own funds? How long have they been in business?
As I told you, it was in here, they're federally chartered, Mr.
Doesn't mean anything.
Well, it does mean something.
What does it, they're federally chartered, so is the bank. If the bank doesn't have any money, then they can have a federal charter, but they don't have the wherewithal to take care of the project.
Do they have the money to go build anything? No. Neither does anybody else.
Well,
It's how you go get the money, Mr. Stant.
I don't know.
It's the same thing you do anywhere. You go raise it.
You're kind of buying a pig in a poke, it sounds like to me.
No, we're allowing an opportunity for somebody that wants to build the trail and try to do rail to do both. And if they can't do both, we still get a
Was it
trail.
the administration's intention to put definite time limits and time?
No, it's just going to go forever, Mr. Stant. Well, come on. Come on. You've been around here.
You said if they can't.
How many
if they
years
can't-
you been
if they
around
can't
here,
build
Mr.
it, we'll
Stant?
take it back. When?
Sir, it's not all detailed out, and it's going to be a VPRA problem, okay? If somebody else can't build it, it's got the same problem. Like, we got $35 million, that's what we have, that's all.
I understand. I understand.
So that's
that
all
completely.
anybody has, that's what we're going
I
to
understand
do.
that completely.
That's all we're going to do. That's it.
I'd like to see the balance sheet.
Well, show me your show me a different balance sheet.
You're the one that's giving it to them.
I'm not, no. I'm not giving them anything.
Yes, you are.
Oh, no, I'm not. I am not doing anything. No, I'm not. That's not accurate, Mr. Stant. This board is going to decide what the outcome of this $35 million in this responsibility we've been given. Okay, that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. I'm not giving anything to anybody, right? somebody's got to go build the trail, and we're not going to have VDOT do it because it won't work out so well. So anybody we're going to, if you're asking me, do they have $150 million to finish the trail when we give them 20 some million or 10 million on top of it? The answer is no, nobody has that. So go look at anybody's balance sheet. Go show it to me. It doesn't exist. It's a matter of community involvement and engagement and grants and funding and donations and bake sales and whatever else you do. The same thing they did with every other trail other than the capital one. That's how they work. We're doing the same thing on the Eastern Shore, right? That's how it'll work.
Not quite, because the Eastern Shore is able, some of those segments were smart scale is not applicable to this situation, I don't believe. Is it?
Could.
Could be?
Sure. How does Eastern Shore Railroad apply for it? Trails can get smart scale money.
Have a state agency.
Ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Secretary, and Mr. Loss, I think this is a fabulous idea. I mean, I love the idea of the rail, the options. Most Civil War organizations have deep pockets. They have lots of access to lots of donors, and I love the idea of the trail. But we do have a changing population. People have different interests and different motivations to do things right now than they will, as you often say, in 10 years or 20 years. And I think preserving the rail line is a great idea. And I just commend you for the great work that you've done on this, and I would love to see this go forward. This is fantastic.
Questions? Mr. Minshew?
Hey, Mr. Secretary, I'm told that about 5 days ago, VDOT completed Phase 3 of a rails to trail assessment. Is that report available or is it embargoed?
No, it's out.
It was
I
published
just-
in November.
I just referenced it.
Could we see a copy of it?
Sure. Absolutely. It says 178 million and 300 some million. That's what it says. And this is the third piece of the report. You've had two before now. Now you got a last one, which goes to cost.
Did that report, which we've not seen yet, reach a determination on viability of the rail coming back if you build a trail on top of it?
They have some thought along that line, but, you know, it's you know, they're in the stuff that we've looked at operators, we've looked at excursion rail people who've expressed interest. And listen, at the end of the day, this is a simple concept, right? There's some people that want a trail only, and that's all they want. They don't care if that's what they want, okay? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. There are other people that say, I want a trail, and I want to keep rail alive if I can. Whether that's excursion rail, passenger rail, freight rail, or whatever. Once it's gone, it's gone. That's the way it works. You'll never get it back. It'll never happen again. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Unless you want to do a lot of digging.
No, you won't be able to get the right-of-way back. You won't be able to afford it. You won't get any of that. It won't happen. It'll be over. Game over. And so that's what we're faced with, right? And the estimates for each of them are really high, right? And I explained to you why I thought that is, at some level. Listen, construction is expensive. You start doing bridges and all that stuff, you know, for railroads, that's expensive. So it's going to be a lot higher, right, than moving people over them. But if the bridge has got to be replaced, it's still expensive. So the concept is if they can make them both work, then we think we're better off. If they can't make them both work, they're going to make the trail work. And if they don't do that, we'll claw it back and do something else with it. I mean, give it to somebody else to make it work. We're not going to build a trail. VDOT's not going to do that, right? And we don't want to go through the abandonment process and risk that right now. So we're buying time, folks, is what we're doing. And if they can't make it work at some point, then they're going to run out. They only have so much money to build a trail, just like anybody else. And they're going to have to make a decision, right? We either build more trail or we, you know, if they can't make the railroad work, they're going to build more trail with their money. And if they don't do that, then we'll take it back and we'll build more trail with somebody else. It gives it an opportunity, right? And then there's not, in my view, there's not a lot of downside to it. Ms. Sellers.
I have two questions. One, why are we going with this particular organization and not doing more of a bidding process and allowing others to say, hey, we can do it for this much?
Nobody's going to be, you're talking about community groups, right? There's no private equity firm that's going to come in and bid on this. This is about community groups saying, I want to give it a try, right? That's what it is, right? So which group are you going to choose to give it a try?
Right, but to Mr. Stan's point, right now, we're not seeing teeth in the contract, so it sounds
Not our
like it's
contract,
$23
folks.
million
What
of
do you mean?
free money.
What is free money?
We're going to give them this money to say, can they do it or not? And if they say they can't do it, well, then
We're going to
we'll
build a
take the
trail.
trail back, but they get $23 million.
No, they don't. They buy the land, Ms. Sellers. Do you not understand this? If they don't execute on this trail, we just take the whole thing back. We're not giving them money for just giving them money. They're going to spend the $23 million. They're going to hand it to Norfolk Southern and buy a right-of-way and a rail line. And if we don't like the way they're operating it, they don't do it within our regulation, we're going to take it back from them. That's what's going to happen. So no, we're not giving anybody free money. I don't know what you're saying.
They have to buy the rail line, the corridor, and they can only use the residual money to build the trail. And we will be approving, through VPRA, we will be approving trail segments, and they've committed to build it in segments, in usable segments, not just, spend it all on engineering from one end to the other.
I don't know what the free money means.
Well, yeah, I'd have to see the contract, because I am a little confused on what this contract's going to look like.
I just explained it to you. We're going to hand them, we're going to give VPRA the money. VPA is going to contract with them to go buy the railroad line at a set price that's already been negotiated. The balance will be reimbursement-based to build a trail along that corridor. No money for anything other than the trail. If they can go raise the money and raise the business to co-locate some sort of rail and trail together, whether that's excursion or whatever that is, then they can do that. And if they can do that with their own money, that's great. If they can't, then it won't happen, and we'll just have a trail. If they try to do something or they default or don't continue to do what we've asked them to do, VPRA will take it back, and they'll find somebody else to do it. But like none of these organizations are sitting on some, millions of dollars to go do anything, right? They're going to have to raise their money. And this is an established organization. It's raised a bunch of money. It's federally chartered, Mr. Stant, and part of their mission is to do this, right? So who do you want to go with? Somebody that has a track record of success and has a mission that's to do this, and you mitigate your risk by not allowing them to spend money on anything other than the trail, and if they don't execute properly according to the contract, you take it back. We're not going to go contract line by line in this group and try to define contracts. We're going to go with concept and approve concepts. We're not getting into contracts and the details of those. We're not going to do that here.
We have more attorneys on this board than any other profession.
I don't care.
And I don't know why we wouldn't use that expertise.
Because
to
that's
make
not our
sure-
job, Ms. Sellers. It's not to go through the details of contracts. That's not our job here. Do you think you're going to go through the HRBT contract because you got a lot of lawyers on the board? That's not our job. Our job is to vote on policy. You're way over your skis on.
I understand that, but it seems like we've selected somebody, and there's some questions here of how we know we're going to get at the end of this. And the other one that concerns me is to give the rights that they get to choose if the expansion of freight rail is done. So, and I don't know what this excursion thing is, but I'm thinking of like the Santa train that VRE does, and I hope to God we're not spending hundreds of millions of dollars on a Santa train, just to put that.
What are you talking about?
An excursion train and the things, like, we really need to talk
Ms. Sellers,
about
I can't be any more clear. We're not spending any dollars on that. You keep bringing that up. None. This money will be to buy a line and to build a trail. That's it.
Secretary, I've been in this type of government long enough to know that if it sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true, and we better read that contract. This does not, this is, I'm not really following what you're doing here. And what's
Does
being
anybody else not
requested.
understand this? Because I'd be happy to try. Sir, you're not in the meeting.
Mr. Secretary,
Yeah.
it's in the Stanton District. I've had some dealings with the Shenandoah Valley Battlefields Foundation. It's a tremendous organization. It's accomplished quite a bit. I think if we did a cattle call and said, come organizations, who wants to take a look at this, they might be the only one that would show up. And
We'd have some more. I think we'd have more.
Okay, but they're a very worthy operation. I think this started with the General Assembly putting some money there. We've got to help direct it to where it might have a future. So I think I'm going to agree with the Secretary. We just need to make a decision to move it on.
Questions? Thank you, Mr. Lawson.
Thank you.
We're at item number 12, Ms. Robinson, your director's items.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. In the interest of time, I'm just going to highlight 2 quick points from my director's report. We are in the midst of DRPT's grant round. It opened on December 1st and closes on February 1st. So while we are working with a very complex formula that we just talked about, I can assure you all of our transit agencies know this timeline, and they're working on their applications. But I wanted to highlight that because sometimes our members like to talk to their local transit agencies and look at their budgets and find out what they're applying for, particularly on the capital side when they're asking for capital projects or facilities expansions or additional buses. I also wanted to highlight that after a long and somewhat arduous procurement process, we have finally awarded an operating vendor for our 5th Virginia Breeze route, the Tidewater Current. The new vendor that's going to operate that route is Academy Bus, and that route is going to be an east to west route running on I-64 from Virginia Beach to Harrisonburg, with lots of stops in between, including at the Richmond Airport. So we're really excited about that, and that service will launch in the spring of '26. Thank
So
you.
that all the people from east to west in Virginia can go to Harrisonburg and watch Madison, the Madison Dukes make history by being in the college football playoffs. How cool would that be? That's a great. Do you have any idea yet? I asked you this other day what that fare is, east to west. Do you have any idea?
The new route, I don't know the exact fare, but our average route on the Virginia Breeze is about $20. The lowest is about 14. If you were going all the way from Southwest to DC, the highest route is in the $40 range.
I used to take the train from Norfolk to Farmville for $25, back before they stopped it in 1977 to school. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, I have 2 items. I'll save one for new business at the end of the meeting. But as you may have seen over the last 24 hours, we are experiencing some winter weather. We are in a very unique weather cycle that almost in every 2 to 3 days right now, we're going to experience snow. This week is no different. Tomorrow night, we will see some upside slope flurries in the western part of the state, and then again Thursday night into Friday, we're due to get another 2 to 5 inches west of the Blue Ridge right now. We're watching how weak that storm is. If it doesn't have any power to get over the Blue Ridge, then it'll be all contained to the western part of the state, the 81 corridor, but if it does gain some power, then we can see some snow filtering into the eastern part of the state as well. And women and our contractors that we have out there, we're still cleaning up from last night. We had a little bit more snow than what we anticipated, but our interstates are clear, our primaries are much better. Since we started the meeting this morning, still have some in minor condition, and our focus is really on the secondary system and getting into the subdivisions and getting those clear. We had some melt today. I anticipate it to refreeze. We're not going to get above freezing tomorrow in many parts of the state, so it's going to stay cold, and what does come down should be lighter snow here for this week. We're already watching the weather patterns for next week, and I can say this weather cycle has not broken as of yet. So we're getting a workout very early in the season that is strange. So we'll keep you informed, and hopefully for some global warming that then get our pavement temperatures back up and experience some bluebird days or blue sky days. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Commissioner, my reports this morning from everybody that I talked to that was on the roads were, your roads were in really good shape. And so I just want to pile on to what you said about your team and what they've done.
Men and women of the agency and our contractors.
No question. And I followed some around on the way back yesterday. I drove through the teeth of it. I'm coming back from a space board meeting in Norfolk. And it was interesting to watch. In fact, I think it was right at 295. There was enough slush on the road right in one spot that I started to get a little bit, I was like, oh, I don't like that. Slow down a little bit. But generally, it was really well done. And certainly this morning it was. So with that, I don't have any additional comments. I will move to adjourn the workshop meeting and call to order the action meeting. We have public comments. Anybody from the public would like to speak? Don't run each other over. Is anybody signed up? No one signed up. She's going to come on and sign up right now. Come on. There was no sheet?
It was put out after lunchtime. I'll sign up now.
It was put out after lunchtime. But we'll take anybody who wants to speak.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary.
Tell us who you are and where you're from.
My name is Kate Wofford. I am Executive Director of Alliance for the Shenandoah Valley, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Walker.
I, along with Alliance for the Shenandoah Valley, are part of the coalition of nonprofits and local governments and planning district commissions that have been working for years to build the Shenandoah Rail Trail. I'm also on the board of Friends of the Shenandoah Rail Trail, and I'm here to speak on that topic. I would agree with the prior presentation that there is indeed widespread interest in building a Shenandoah Rail Trail in our region. People are extremely excited about the potential for this project. I would respectfully disagree with the presentation in the claim that the proposal is consistent with the earlier findings from VDOT and DCR, the 2021 feasibility study and VDOT's subsequent assessments. In fact, I think what's being proposed to you is wholly inconsistent with what communities have been working for many years on this project. The Shenandoah Rail Trail is supported by 12 communities along the 49-mile corridor. Y'all heard directly from them when you came out to Winchester this summer. I'll remind you who those communities are. The town of Front Royal, the town of Strasburg, the town of Toms Brook, the town of Woodstock, the town of Edinburgh, the town of Mount Jackson, the town of Newmarket, the town of Timberville, the town of Broadway, the counties of Warren County, Shenandoah County, and Rockingham County. All 12 of those localities endorsed the Shenandoah Rail Trail and have been working very hard and putting their own money into this project for more than 5 years. That's why they showed up in Winchester when y'all had your meeting there. When the Battlefields Foundation came up with an alternative plan for the corridor, they went to each of those localities and asked them to change their position. Each of these localities considered what the Battlefields Foundation was proposing and decided not to change their position. They declined to support the Battlefields Foundation proposal and instead stuck with the Shenandoah Rail Trail that they've been working for so long. Frankly, trust has deteriorated with that organization in these communities over the past few years over this project. I would urge you, please, before you make any decisions, to look hard at the VDOT's Rail with Trail assessment. The phase 2 of that assessment concludes that the railroad is in really bad shape. More than a third of the rail line would need to be significantly rehabbed, and then an additional third would need to be completely rebuilt. You're aware that there are 2 rail lines running through our valley. One is very active with more than 20 trains a day from Norfolk Southern on the way to the Virginia Inland Port. We strongly support that railroad as a way to get trucks off of 81.
The redundant parallel rail corridor 15 miles away has trees growing through it and is perfect for a Shenandoah rail trail. To the point of abandonment, I will say that Norfolk Southern said in July of 2020 that they were a willing seller. That's what we had been waiting for all these years, to start working on the rail trail. Finally, Norfolk Southern made it publicly known they were a willing seller in 2020. Since then, no rail operators have come forward. So I'm not particularly worried about this going up for abandonment and a private operator coming forward, because they could do that today, or they could have done that anytime in the past 5 years. I agree that VDOT builds expensive trails, and the $164 million in Phase 3 cost estimate is high. Another alternative, rather than giving the money away, the taxpayer Commonwealth dollars, would be to look at DCR if they can build trails more cheaply. That seems like a good way forward. Back to the Phase 3 assessment, the $300-something million for building the rail width trail is in there. In addition, there is a very large $300 million number to restore this deteriorated rail line. So what we're looking at to do rail with trail is almost $700 billion with no operators that we know of. I urge you to be fiscally conservative with taxpayer dollars in your decision. I urge you to think about what the local communities have asked for 5 years, and take this decision very seriously. It means a lot to people along the corridor. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Appreciate you. Dr. Emmon.
Good evening, Mr. Secretary
Welcome.
and members of the board. It isn't evening yet, and I asked Kate to go first because
Will you introduce yourself and tell us where you're from, sir?
I will. My name is Don Heineman. I'm a retired emergency room physician and family practice physician in Woodstock, Virginia. 10 years ago next month, my wife and I started on this project, and over a period of 2 or 3 years, the project exploded to the point, when I say exploded, I mean we brought in more and more people. In 2019, that's when the 17-member Shenandoah Rail Trail Exploratory Partnership, which is the 9 towns and 3 counties, that's when they all started. Pardon me. My ears are ringing with messages off of this thing. The truth is, and I want to be sure I get this out, because I had prepared different statements today. I was very optimistic after I saw the Phase 3 report, with the cost of the rail trail being $164 million estimated, and the cost of the rail width trail being in the neighborhood of $687 million. So it's 4 times higher. The reason the railroad is for sale is because Norfolk Southern said they didn't have enough freight. We had a half a dozen multi-million-dollar attempts since 1989 at revitalizing this railroad corridor, and they've all been turned down. So, because there wasn't enough freight. And for 4 years, we were talking to Norfolk Southern and asking them to donate, lease, or sell. And Mayor McCleary got a phone call in July of 2020. He's our mayor in Woodstock, saying, okay, it's for sale, but only if you rail bank it, which preserves the corridor for future railroads. If you buy the whole thing, they were offering 10 miles more than we were asking for. And if you buy it all at one time, they didn't want to be buying it in stages. And they also reminded us that they didn't want to be dealing with a small town mayor and a retired emergency room physician. So we've played by the rules. And the truth is that our vision for the trail, when implemented, will provide the most economic and health benefits to the highest number of Virginians for the least capital investment in the shortest time. I'd be happy to take any questions now or later on the phone, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming. All right. The next item on our agenda is approval of our minutes. They were distributed in advance. Are there any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve? Ms. Sellers moves. Is there a second? Mr. Good seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 1, Ms. Pryor, action on revised 26 through 31 six-year improvement transfers, October 18th through November 14th. Welcome, Ms. Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. You should have in your packet a copy of the transfers that were processed in the time frame that the Secretary referenced, those both for your information and for your approval, and I recommend your approval.
Are there any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve? Mr. Coleman moves, Mr. Lawson seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much, Ms. Pryor. Number 2, action on addition to projects, six-year improvement program, 26 through 31.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. You should have before you a proposed amendment of 2 projects to the six-year improvement program. Both are safety projects. One is in the Culpeper District and one is in Northern Virginia, and I recommend your approval.
Is there any comments or questions? A motion to approve? Mr. Captain Byers moves, Mr. Minshew seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 3, action on smart scale project cancellation, bus purchase and additional bus shelters located within Hampton Roads District. Ms. Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. You'll recall that I briefed you on this proposed cancellation last month. Since the project was selected in round 2, a comparable service has been executed within portions of the corridor, and the applicant, Williamsburg Area Transit, has requested that the project be canceled, and I recommend your approval.
Comments or questions? Mr. Stamp, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Mr. Coleman, seconds. There's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much, Ms. Pryor. Mr. Short, item number 4, action on revenue sharing program guidelines update.
Secretary, members of the board, thank you so much. This is a follow-up for the presentation that was made with the minor changes for the revenue sharing guidance document in your October workshop, and then a subsequent action meeting item in November at the Secretary's request and some board members. We had some inquiries and some comments that were made relative to some of the changes, and we've spent some time with those board members, and just for the spirit of transparency and function, wanted to sort of review those comments, see if there are any additional comments, and then perhaps defer for an action of this item. The first comment related to the revenue sharing guidelines and sections, and in your packet, you also have the red line version and the clean version for that of the guidance document. Related to 6.2.1 and section 7.2 related to deficits. So the question was, can deficits exist in the six-year program? And the response is really more about deficits at the project administration agreement level. When project administration agreements are established with a local partner, they are committing to fund deficits above and beyond. I'd also mention, relative to section 7.2, referring back to the 2023 board action, which allowed the local assistance division to hold back $5 million every revenue sharing cycle to support projects that may face a deficit and where the locality would not be able to cover the scale of the deficit at award. So again, we're not, if we've already economized the projects to the best of our ability and the locality's ability, that we were able to advance projects. That I would say that program has been tremendously successful and well liked and appreciated by our locals. So to that effect, I think we resolved that comment, and we're good with that. And so we don't have any recommendations to additional changes. Number 2 is related to eligible projects. I think we ironed that out as well. The eligible project section covers which types of projects at a high level that qualify for revenue sharing. It dives into the eligible work section of the guide, dives into specific types of work that qualify for revenue sharing. So I think we were good with that one as well. So no comments, no changes. Regarding number 3, does any other policy use the term local VDOT manager? So kind of caught up in a little semantics a little bit with what constitutes a VDOT project coordinator and local manager, and I think where we were sort of using it synonymous. For clarity, we point back to our project administration agreements and our Appendix A's, where the project coordinator, there's a project coordinator dedicated to every single LAP project, and so they are listed on the back, and their contact information is included in every Appendix A. So when you, from cradle to grave on a project, you're going to know who your contact is. So I think that reached that clarity as well. So we didn't have any additional changes that we were recommending. Regarding number 4, so some clarity and on what a locality CIP is. We concurred with that, and we've provided that amended in that second bullet to the right, the amended language that is included in your draft. Number 5, related to the 6-month execution requirement. Just as a reference, that was approved in July of 2023 by the board and is reflected in the current revenue sharing practice. And I would say since that time of the board action in 2023, we've not had any cancellations of revenue sharing projects due to local governments failing to meet the execution agreement. Quite to the contrast, I think that our locals appreciate the urgency that the department has placed on executing project agreements in a timely fashion. So I'm proud to say that we've not had that experience for revenue sharing. So with that, we didn't have any additional changes that we would recommend. The next had to do with the cancellation process. Yes, I'm on the right one. Yes, number 6. And so this related to a concern that projects that might have the backing of a private developer or utilize proffers would not have the ability pursuant to VDOT's revenue sharing guidance document and guidance that would not have a public showing and a public discussion and public comment period and the like. And so I think what our position here was that the revenue sharing program is reminder, the only funding program that specifically states that a resolution is required to cancel a project. So we don't have that for transportation alternatives or a variety of others. And so removing this requirement improves the efficiency, we believe, of canceling projects and transferring unspent allocations, rather than the current practice in revenue sharing pursuant to state code is that the department can't proactively cancel a project that has sat and not expended any funds for 2 years. So with this allows all parties the ability to relinquish projects that aren't going to advance, recover those unspent funds, and redistribute them and put them back to good work. And so I also offer to respectfully that it's important to note that this recommendation would not impact a locality's desire or their preference to pass a resolution of their own accord if they deem so appropriate. The locality's last point here is that the locality's signature authority is identified in the original resolution that's used for the funding application to execute the PAA, which designates their chief executive officer as the individual to effectuate all aspects of the project agreement and project delivery. So with that concludes.
Any comments or questions? Ms. Sellers?
So on number 6, I was one of them who brought up the language and my concerns with the language, although it wasn't just private backing. It was that the code explicitly states that a resolution needs to be passed by the governing body. And in my opinion, if the code explicitly requires the governing body to pass a resolution for the project, then we should be requiring the governing body to do the same, to cancel the project because of the impacts to it. And revenue sharing is a different program. It is used different by localities, and I explained this. It's used differently by localities. And when I was on the Board of Supervisors, it was done a whole lot differently. It wasn't you apply for it today and then you get the money in 2 to however many years. It was you put $10 million up and you got $10 million and you executed projects. Typically, you helped a developer finish projects. That's usually how it was used, and that's why it worked a little differently. It is a different program. It's a very different program. Things have changed, and I understand that. But I still do not support this idea that a county administrator, a county executive, or a town or city manager can have this, even if in the locality agreement it says that they can do that, unless the resolution passed by the Board of Supervisors or the City Council explicitly states the town manager can do that. And it comes down to, this is using taxpayer money, and only the Board of Supervisors and City Council is going to do that. The local government doesn't, especially when you get over a certain dollar amount. And so I have a really hard time with this. I think it puts these executives in a precarious situation. And so I will not be supporting this because of that paragraph. I think we can do it a little differently and play with the language to try and capture what you're doing. But to just give them that is not good.
Anyone else?
Secretary.
Yes, Ms. Lawson.
I agree with Ms. Sellers. On its item 6, I raised the point when it came up for the first time and it was pushed. And I understand the reason behind this is to help certain jurisdictions to facilitate a termination which may not be publicly favorable and inconvenient and uncomfortable for a board. But for me, that doesn't allow them to get away from that. I think it ought to be public. I think it's created with a hearing. It ought to be terminated with a hearing. And I did raise the issue about the private sector because in my world, these things are all backed by the private sector. And they're nowhere in these agreements. So the public hearing is their opportunity to appear and say, no, we'd like this to go forward. And it's, to Ms. Sellers' point, it's my $10 million that's in this thing. So I appreciated the collaboration and the meeting and working through these elements, but I too have an issue with just number 6.
Anybody else? Ms. Stamp?
What does VDOT's council say regarding the necessity for a resolution? In the code, or is it not in the code?
There's no, I'll let the commissioner speak to it.
It's not in the code. It's in our current guidance document, which is it's not in the Code of Virginia. It's in our guidance document.
I hear what y'all are saying, right? But it's sort of like, how much bureaucracy do we need to have? I mean, do we not trust the CEO of the entity that the board supervises to bring us the desire of the board? Because we don't, then fire them, Ms. Sellers.
That's what happens.
Well, that's fine.
That's exactly
But like,
what happens.
that doesn't mean we have to have bureaucracy after bureaucracy to approve everything. I mean, that's sort of where I am. I'd fire the county administrator if they didn't do what I asked them to do. Wouldn't you? I would.
That's for a different time. But part of the issue is there's also this pressure from VDOT, and VDOT is always there. And VDOT does have a lot of control over what local governments do and how processes work.
I'm not sure what
can
the
be.
pressure you're referencing, what
So
the
if
point
VDOT
is.
comes to the town manager, city council member, or the city manager, county administrator, county executive, and says, hey, we want this project canceled, can you send us a letter? There's going to be pressure to cancel that without going to the board. Because there's other projects that are in the
If I'm a
pipeline.
county administrator, I don't know what county, I don't know who these people are, but VDOT, I don't work for VDOT. I work for the county. I work for the board.
But some boards are very fluid. So there are some boards that are there for a long time, and there are others that have pretty consistent turnover. And my concern is it just puts them in a precarious situation. Now, if the Board of Supervisors changes the CIP and it now changes the project that's receiving revenue funding and makes it to where it's no longer a viable project, then in my opinion, because it's for a CIP, it had to go to public hearing and it has a resolution, then okay, I could see that. Okay,
So-
now they can send a letter.
Ms. Short, what are we
To
not?
just say across the board that a town and especially town managers who have to go through a board of supervisors potentially, and those are almost always contentious relationships when it comes to road projects. And so to think that you're just giving this to one person without public input is very concerning to me, just especially because it involves money. It involves these very long budget processes that aren't taken lightly by boards of supervisors. These are very important decisions. And you know, by code, you have to put it out there with the budget, and you have to have 2 public hearings. So a CIP isn't just 1 public hearing, it's 2 public hearings, and then you vote. And so it's just, I think it's minimizing the importance of this, and it's calling it bureaucracy. It's not bureaucracy. This is policy level. This is the governing body. This is the people's voice, and you're taking their voice out of it by making it a bureaucratic process, in my opinion. And the code does require a resolution to apply for one of these, so I think we should respect that and make it to where you have to have a resolution to cancel it.
I hear you. I'm not sure the two things follow one after the other, but, listen, you can put these things out for you really push it. We can put them all out for a referendum and let the citizens decide. But at some point, you got to have a structure and you got to delegate authority. And like the concept that we can't trust the county administrator in whatever county you pick in Virginia to represent their board, and they're going to willy-nilly go do something. So we got to build safeguards in to keep them from doing something their board doesn't want to do it makes me struggle. I got to tell you that. It makes me struggle.
Well, a referendum's a totally different process, sir.
The point is, that's the voice of the people, not the people that got elected, but that's the true democracy. So go to them and ask them whether they want to have the project or not, or go to them and ask whether they want to cancel the project or not. That pushes your argument to the extreme. I just don't think it's necessary, but we have the changes that have been provided. Do we have a motion to approve them? Your motion to approve?
Move to defer.
We're going to defer for, either approve them or don't approve them. The motion to approve, then we don't change anything. Okay? All right. Thank you, Ms. Short.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is item number 5. Mr. Ramchandani, action on actions to modify the policy to development and monitoring of V-Trans long-term risk and opportunity register, adopt the 2025 V-Trans strategic actions, and direct submittal of a summary of V-Trans to the Governor of the General Assembly. Mr. Ramchandani.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the resolution includes 3 items that the secretary just spelled out. I should mention V-Trans, the state transportation plan, is required to be updated every 4 years. It was submitted in December of 2021. And your action today is needed to ensure that the code requirement for an update every 4 years is met by submitting it to the General Assembly by the end of this month. The 2 of the items, the modifications to the long-term risk register policy and the strategic actions, were presented at the October board meeting. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions, and I recommend your approval.
Comments or questions? Motion to approve. Mr. Minshew, is that a motion or you got a comment?
Just a question, if I could.
Okay, question, yes, sir.
My first meeting here was back in August, so I was not here during the V-Trans workup over the past 4 years. But I wonder if I was a taxpayer and I wanted to get a full and complete copy of V-Trans, would I be able to be given a copy, or would I be directed to a website? I mean, this CTB has the job to adopt a statewide transportation plan, similar to each county has to adopt that as a part of their comprehensive plan. If you ask the Stafford County Board of Supervisors for a copy of their transportation plan, you'd be given a copy. How does it work with OP with V-Trans? If I wanted to get a full copy of it, what would you give me if I were to just request a copy as a citizen?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Minshew, we will give you a copy of the plan.
What is the plan?
It is the collection of the 4 policies that the board, the 2 that the board have adopted over the past 4 years, and the 2 that are in front of you today.
Well, on that point, Mr. Secretary, as I read the work that has been done, this CTB never really adopted the focus area 2 midterm or the focus area 3 long-term. It appears that we delegated to OPI to come up with these. And I looked at the resolution. It didn't appear that this board ever really adopted those 2 items, but it basically promulgated some standards and directed your office to develop what is functionally the plan today. Tell me if I'm reading that wrong.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Minshew, the board has adopted those policies. They were presented to this board earlier this year. And at the time, the board did not see a need to make any modifications, and there were no recommendations made to make to modify the policy, how the needs are identified. The board did take action on how those needs are prioritized. That action was taken in April earlier this year.
No further questions.
Anybody else? A motion to approve. Ms. Green moves. Is there a second? Mr. Laird seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Yes.
I will be voting no. I've read the V-Trans, and in my opinion, as a board member, it does not achieve fulfillment of the statutory mandate.
Because?
If I read the code, Title 33.2553, the elements that this plan is supposed to have in it, in my opinion, it does not achieve conformance with those.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, it needs to have a clear rendition of assessment of capacity and needs of all corridors of statewide significance. And I don't believe it's written in a way that is clearly digestible. It has a lot of policy speak, but in my opinion, it is not a plan that I think is as good.
Okay, so, Mr. Ramchani, do you want to reply to the first comment about what it doesn't include?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Minshew, one of the 4 policies is to identify transportation needs in the Commonwealth for corridors of statewide significance, regional networks, urban development areas, and per the CTB policy for safety needs along all publicly accessible roadways. Those needs are identified. In fact, they were used for the round 5 of Smart Scale, and they have been updated every 2 years. So we have an update available, and at this time, unless the board decides to do something differently, will be or are intended to be used for the upcoming round of Smart Scale. So the localities, PDCs, and all the applicant communities that actually utilize those transportation needs, they are aware of those, and they have utilized them for the past 6 rounds of Smart Scale, or upcoming, including the upcoming one.
I won't speak to the easy digestible piece. I'll let that just be what it is, but, Ms. Sellers?
I agree with Mr. Minshew on this one. I don't think it meets the intention of the code, of a statewide plan. Even when you add everything in there, it lacks the capacity needs. It also, for the most part, is not measurable. Can't show how we're executing against it. And it just doesn't make the statement that I think we as the Commonwealth Transportation Board should be wanting to make with this document. Everything else comes from this document. And if we here in this room, sitting at this table, cannot say what the objectives and the measures are coming out of the statewide plan that we are supposed to put together, then it's not digestible, it's not meeting the intention, and we shouldn't approve something that we ourselves can't speak to and go out with. So I don't think that it meets the mark either. So I'm going to agree with Mr. Minshew and be voting no.
Anyone else? We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no.
No.
Who's voting no? You voting no, Mr. Stamp? Okay. So that's 6. Can you? Okay, so 7 has it. We vote no. We have no plan. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ramchani. The next item on the agenda is item number 6, action on Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission Smart Scale Factor Weighting Typology Change. Ms.
Hello,
Jackson.
members of the board, I am coming back to you after a couple hours have passed to ask for a vote on the change of the Thomas Jefferson PDC from area type C to type D for the upcoming round of Smart Scale. The Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment recommends your approval.
Is there a motion to approve? Mr. Captain Byers moves. Is there a second? Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 7, Mr. Coker.
Sir?
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
Fantastic.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, I have 11 projects in excess of $5 million for your consideration today. First up is order M18. This is a Hampton Roads project with 2 UPCs. This is a HRBT express lanes, overhead signage, and vehicle detection system project in the cities of Hampton and Norfolk. We received 2 bids. The low bid was VSL Electrical for $29.2 million. This does exceed the range. However, the next bidder was 5% higher, so we feel this is market value, and I'm recommending award.
So moved.
Ms. Sellers, second. Mr. Stamp moved, Ms. Sellers seconds. She's going to vote for something. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Item number N20.
Order M20 in the Bristol District. This is UPC 116160. This is a D-cell lane extension and bridge widening project in Smith County. We received 3 bids, a low bid of $11.8 million from Caton Construction. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Any comments or questions? Motion to approve? Mr. Lawson makes the motion. Is there a second? Laird seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Item number 155, Bristol.
Order 155 in the Bristol District. This project has multiple UPCs. It's a 2026 latex modified project on the primary and secondary systems in Russell and Tazewell counties. We received 2 bids. The low bidder was Slurry Pavers with a bid of $6 million. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Motion to approve.
So moved.
Ms. Dunlop moves. Second. I'm not recognizing you. Is there another second?
Second.
Mr. Stan seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions?
I tried.
Order number 157, Mr. Coker.
Yes, sir. This is in the Bristol District. Again, we have multiple UPCs. This is another 2026 latex modified project on the primary and secondary systems in Bland, Wythe, and Grayson counties. We received 2 bids. The low bid from Slurry Pavers of $6.8 million is within range, and I recommend award.
Motion to approve, Ms. Dunlop. Mr. Coleman seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 562, Hampton Roads.
Yes, sir. This is a 2026 plant mix project on the primary and secondary systems in Northampton and Accomack counties. We received 2 bids. Low bidder was Allen Myers with $6.1 million. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Is there a motion to approve, Mr. Stant? Mr. Coleman, seconds. Is all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 742.
Order 742 in the Culpeper District. We have 2 UPCs on this project. It is a 2026 plant mix project on the primary system in Albemarle County. We received 3 bids. The low bidder was SL Williamson Company at $5.4 million. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Captain Byers? Is there a second? Ms. Green, seconds. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number N39.
Order N39 in the Salem District. This is UPC 119503. This is a smart-scale safety improvements project in Pulaski County. We received 2 bids. The low bidder of Jones Road and Bridge at $5.6 million is within range, and I recommend award.
Ms. Dunlap moves. Is there a second? Mr. Laird seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 277, Salem.
Yes, sir. This is a 2026 plant mix project on the secondary system in various counties. We received 2 bids. The low bidder was Adams Construction Company at $10.3 million. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Motion to approve, Ms. Green. Ms. Dunlap seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 279 in Salem.
Order 279, the Salem District. This is a 2026 plant mix project on the secondary systems in Franklin and Bedford counties. We received 2 bids. The low bidder was Adams Construction Company with a bid of $5.5 million. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Is there a motion to approve? Ms. Green moves, Ms. Dunlap seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Order number DB 142 in Culpeper.
Yes, sir. This is a design-build project in the Culpeper District. This is the Fontaine Avenue and Hydraulic Road bundling project in the city of Charlottesville and Albemarle County. We received 2 bids. The best value bid was $31 million from Curtis Contracting. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Motion to approve, Mr. Captain Byers. For second, Mr. Laird seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? All right, order number DB 134, City of Norfolk, Hampton Roads District.
Yes, sir. This is another design-build project. This is the I-64 Hampton Roads Express Lane Segment 1B project in the city of Norfolk. We received 3 bids. The best value bid of $389 million from the Lane Construction Corporation is within range, and I recommend award.
Is there a motion to approve, Mr. Stant?
So moved.
Mr. Coleman, you second it? All right, further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much, Mr. Coker.
Thank you, sir.
I think we're 11 and 12, all within range. That's really good work. Thank you very much. What's our new business? We got one other.
Yes, sir, one other one. This is a, good evening, Dale Totten, Richmond District. Mr. Secretary, board members of the board, this is a.
Wait. You're trying to trick me.
No, sir. Wouldn't do that so late in the day.
A lot of paper. Where am I trying to get to here? Oh, this one?
Yes.
Have I seen this? Okay, Ms. Totten.
Good evening, sir.
Bids for December CTB action meeting.
Yes, sir.
There we go.
Here we go, last item, hopefully. This is IFB 160056. This is being prosecuted through our Administrative Services Division as opposed to the Construction Division. It's a little bit of a different contract. This is a bridge maintenance and repair contract. This is what we call an on-call contract. 2 bids were received. This serves the entire Richmond district. It is intended to be used for bridge repair and maintenance. We did receive 2 bids with a successful low bidder at a total estimated award value of just over $5.1 million. This is a 1-year initial term contract with 4 successive 1-year periods. So I just wanted to call that. It's a little different than a traditional construction contract. The low bidder was Kokosin Construction Company. Be glad to take any questions, sir. Would
Are
appreciate
there
your
any comments or
support.
questions? Motion to approve, Mr. Davis?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Lawson seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, Mr. Totten. And we have one item of new business. Stant?
Yes, sir, Mr.
Commissioner.
Secretary. I have the sad honor of,
Mr. Stant,
Mr. Stant.
say again?
let me
Hold on a
tee,
second, Mr. Stant.
let me tee it up, that up under new business, as you may know, that we've been under the recruitment for a new chief financial officer. Brings great sadness to the team that we're going to lose Laura Farmer to the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority. She's elected to take a position with that organization effective tomorrow. So we've had Kim Pryor, who has been selected as the new chief financial officer for the agency, and Kim has been in an acting dual capacity role with Laura over the last week and a half to be able to transfer the duties of the CFO. So moving forward within the agency, Kim will now be fielding the entire CFO position. We will start looking to actively recruit Kim's replacement at that point forward. But with that being said, Mr. Stant, or Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, thank you. I have a resolution that has been provided. Mr. Stant?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna read the resolution. and
Absolutely.
ask for your motion. Whereas Laura Farmer served as Chief Financial Officer for the Virginia Department of Transportation from 2019 to 2025, and whereas in her role as VDOT's Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Farmer has been responsible for the agency's $8.3 billion FY 2026 budget and led a team of over 180 members that serve VDOT's financial planning, capital investment, fiscal management, public-private partnerships, tolling, and asset management programs. And whereas Ms. Farmer served at VDOT from 2004 to 2019 prior to becoming CFO, advancing through the department from an analyst to budget manager to financial planning director at VDOT, and brought to her tenure at VDOT a record of leadership and expertise for the Commonwealth. And whereas Ms. Farmer holds a master's degree in public policy from the College of William & Mary, bachelor's degree in history from Chowan University, and is a graduate of the Commonwealth Leadership Academy, the Virginia Executive Institute, the Commonwealth Management Institute, and the International Bridge, Tunnel, and Turnpike Association Leadership Academy. And whereas Ms. Farmer was the 2025 recipient of the Virginia Women in Public Finance Lifetime Achievement Award, which recognizes a woman with a well-established career in the public finance field who's consistently demonstrated skill, drive, integrity, and vision throughout her career. And whereas Ms. Farmer was a 2025 recipient of the Frida Johnson Award for Trailblazing Women in Public Finance, which recognizes women for their outstanding commitment to the public finance industry as a whole and the role of women within it. And whereas Ms. Farmer has diligently and tirelessly played a significant role in transportation for the Commonwealth and has truly helped shape the Commonwealth's transportation network, developing financing plans for many of the Commonwealth's most important transportation projects, bringing more than $6.3 billion of Commonwealth Transportation Board bond issues to market, establishing multi-billion-dollar financing programs critical to the Commonwealth, including the Garvey Program and the Interstate 81 Corridor Improvement Program, providing financial arrangements around VDOT's innovative finance programs and public-private partnership projects, including the Elizabeth River Tunnels projects and I-95 express lanes, guiding the issuance of bonds during the uncertain municipal market recovery following COVID-19, ensuring that the Commonwealth's transportation needs were met during a time of unprecedented volatility and expertly updating disclosures after the passage of Chapter 1230, a legislative action that restructured the Commonwealth Transportation Board's revenues to clearly describe to credit analysts and investors that despite major restructuring in the transportation revenues, the security provided by the Transportation Trust Fund remained as strong as ever. Whereas Ms. Farmer's invaluable service and her leadership commitment and the insights have earned her admiration and respect at the Commonwealth Transportation Board and the Virginia Department of Transportation. And whereas the Commonwealth Transportation Board wishes to express its appreciation to Ms. Farmer for her years of service to this board and the Commonwealth, now therefore be it resolved by the Commonwealth Transportation Board that the members of this board hereby extend to Laura Farmer their highest commendation and gratitude for her years of outstanding service on behalf of the citizens of the Commonwealth and convey their best wishes to her in all her future endeavors. Dr. Smoot was going to make this motion, but Dr. Smoot had to leave early today. And so, Mr. Stamp?
I'm pleased to move passage of this resolution.
I'm going to do something that's sort of unusual, and I'm going to stand in for Dr. Smoot and say that I'm going to make the second in his honor because he wanted to do it. And this is just a motion of resolution, so if I'm violating any rules, so be it. I'm doing it anyway. So, Ms. Farmer, could you please come forward? Ms. Farmer, I'm not batting 1,000 today, by the way. We have a motion and a second, all right? Now we're going to have a vote. And folks, the door is locked, okay? And I'm pretty good at wrestling. So if you want to join me in giving our great thanks to Ms. Farmer, please rise and applaud her as I do. I have two words for you. Woo-hoo! That's a train sound.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Farmer. It's been outstanding. Your work's outstanding, and I'm so happy that you're not leaving the Commonwealth. Good luck. Thank you very much. Folks, that's the last item on our agenda today. So this meeting is adjourned. Drive safely. Thank you very much.